Psycho by Robert Bloch. Norman Bates heard the noise, and a shock went through him. It sounded as though somebody was tapping on the window pane. He looked up hastily, half prepared to rise, and the book slid from his hands to his ample lap. Then he realized that the sound was merely rain, late afternoon rain striking the parlor window. Norman hadn't noticed its coming, nor the twilight, but it was quite dim here in the parlor now, and he reached over to switch on the lamp before resuming his reading. The light shone down on his plump face, reflected from his rimless glasses, bathed the pinkness of his scalp beneath the thinning sandy hair. It was really a fascinating book. No wonder he hadn't noticed how fast the time had passed. It was The Realm of the Incas by Victor W. von Hagen, and Norman had never before encountered such a wealth of curious information. For example, this description of the Quechua, or victory dance, where the warriors formed a great circle, moving and writhing like a snake. He read, "The drum beat for this was usually performed on what had been the body of an enemy. The skin had been flayed, and the belly stretched to form a drum, and the whole body acted as a sound box, while throbbing came out of the open mouth. Grotesque, but effective." Norman smiled, then allowed himself the luxury of a comfortable shiver. Grotesque, but effective. It certainly must have been. Imagine flaying a man, alive probably, and then stretching his belly to use it as a drum. For a moment, Norman could almost hear it, and then he remembered that rain has its rhythm too, and footsteps. Actually, he was aware of the footsteps without even hearing them. Long familiarity aided his senses. Whenever Mother came into the room, he didn't even have to look up to know she was there. In fact, he didn't look up. He pretended to continue his reading instead. "Norman, do you know what time it is?" He sighed and closed the book. "Why didn't you turn the sign on when it got dark? And why aren't you up at the office where you belong?" "Well, it started to rain so hard, and I didn't expect there'd be any traffic in this kind of weather. Anyway, it isn't likely anybody would be coming this way. Everyone takes the new highway." Norman heard the bitterness creeping into his voice. "I told you how it would be at the time when we got that advance tip that they were moving the highway. But you wouldn't listen. You never listen to me, do you? You make me sick." "Do I, boy?" Mother's voice was deceptively gentle, but that didn't fool Norman. Not when she called him boy. 40 years old, and she called him boy. "Do I, boy?" she repeated even more softly. "I make you sick, eh? Well, I think not. No, boy, I don't make you sick. You make yourself sick. Never had the gumption to leave home, never had the gumption to go out and get yourself a job, or join the army, or even find yourself a girl." "You wouldn't let me." "That's right, Norman. I wouldn't let you. But if you were half a man, you would have gone your own way." He clutched at the book now and tried to focus his eyes on it. Maybe if he ignored her and pretended to be calm. But it didn't work. "Look at yourself," she was saying, the drum going boom, 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 and the sound reverberating from the mangled mouth. "I know why you didn't bother to switch on the sign. I know why you haven't even gone up to open the office tonight. You didn't really forget. It's just that you don't want anyone to come. You hope they won't come." "All right," he muttered. "I admit it. I hate running a motel. Always have." "It's more than that, boy. You hate people, because really you're afraid of them, aren't you? Rather snuggle up in a chair under the lamp and read." "There's a lot worse things I could be doing. You always told me that yourself. At least I never went out and got into trouble. Isn't it better to improve my mind?" "Improve your mind? Ha! I know the sort of thing you read. Trash, and worse than trash. This happens to be a history of the Inca civilization. I'll just bet it is, and I'll just bet it's cram full with nasty bits about those dirty savages, like the one you had about the South Seas. You can read all the books in the world, and you'll still be the same. I don't need to listen to a lot of vile, obscene rigmarole to know what you are. A big, fat, overgrown mama's boy." It was deafening him, the drumbeat of her words, the drumbeat in his own chest. "I know what you're thinking, Norman. I know all about you, boy. More than you dream. But I know that, too, what you dream. You're thinking you'd like to kill me, aren't you, Norman? But you can't, because you haven't the gumption." Norman stood up slowly. He didn't dare trust himself to turn and face her, not yet. He had to tell himself to be calm first. Be very, very calm. He started to swing around, his mouth working, framing the phrases, when the buzzer sounded. That was the signal. It meant somebody had driven in up at the motel and was ringing for service. Without even bothering to look back, Norman walked into the hall, took his raincoat from the hanger, and went out into the darkness. The rain had been falling steadily for several minutes before Mary noticed it and switched on the windshield wiper. At the same time she put on the headlights. It had gotten dark quite suddenly, and the road ahead was only a vague blur between the towering trees. Trees? She couldn't recall a stretch of trees along here the last time she'd driven this way. Of course, that had been the previous summer, and she'd come into Fairvale in broad daylight, alert and refreshed. Now she was tired out from the 18 hours of steady driving, but she could still remember and sense that something was wrong. Remember. That was the trigger word. Now she could remember dimly how she'd hesitated back there about a half-hour ago when she came to the fork in the road. That was it. She had taken the wrong turn, and now here she was, God knows where, with this rain coming down and everything pitch black outside. Get a grip on yourself now. You can't afford to be panicky. The worst part of it is over. It is true, she told herself. The worst part was over. The worst part had come yesterday afternoon when she stole the money. She had been standing in Mr. Lowry's office when old Tommy Cassidy hauled out that big green bundle of bills and put them down on the desk. 36,000s and 8 500s added up to $40,000. Tommy Cassidy had put them down just like that, fanning them casually as he announced he was closing the deal and buying a house as his daughter's wedding present. Mr. Lowry pretended to be just as casual as he went through the business of signing the final papers. But after old Tommy Cassidy went away, Mr. Lowry got a little bit excited. He scooped up the money, put it into a big brown manila No. 10 envelope, and sealed the flap. Mary noticed how his hands were trembling. "Here," he said, handing her the money. "Take it over to the bank. It's almost 4 o'clock, but I'm sure Gilbert will let you make a deposit." He paused, staring at her. "What's the matter, Miss Crane? Don't you feel well?" Maybe he had noticed the way her hands trembled, now that she was holding the envelope, but it didn't matter. She knew what she was going to say, even though she was surprised when she found herself actually saying it. "I seem to have one of my headaches, Mr. Lowry. As a matter of fact, I was just going to ask if it was all right if I took the rest of the afternoon off." Mr. Lowry smiled at her. He was in good humor, and why wouldn't he be? 5% of 40,000 was $2,000. He could afford to be generous. "Of course, Miss Crane, you just make this deposit and then run along home." You don't get that kind of opportunity every day of your life. In fact, when you come right down to it, some people don't seem to get any opportunities at all. Mary Crane had waited over 27 years for hers. The opportunity to go on to college had vanished at 17 when Daddy was hit by a car. Mary went to business school for a year instead, and then settled down to support Mom and her kid sister Lyla. The opportunity to marry disappeared at 22 when Dale Belter was called up to serve his hitch in the Army. Pretty soon he was stationed in Hawaii, and before long he began mentioning this girl in his letters, and then the letters stopped coming. When she finally got the wedding announcement, she didn't care any more. Besides, Mom was pretty sick by then. It took her 3 years to die while Lyla was off at school. Mary had insisted that Lyla go to college, come what may, but that left her carrying the whole load, between holding down a job at the Lowry agency all day and sitting up with Mom half the night. There wasn't time for anything else, not even time to note the passing of time. But then Mom had the final stroke, and there was the business of the funeral, and Lyla coming back from school and trying to find a job, and all at once there was Mary Crane looking at herself in the big mirror and seeing this drawn, contorted face peering back at her. Lyla had been wonderful, and even Mr. Lowry helped out by seeing to it that the house was sold right away. By the time the estate was settled, they had about $2,000 in cash left over. Lyla got a job in a record shop downtown, and they moved into a small apartment together. "Now you are going to take a vacation," Lyla told her, "a real vacation. No, don't argue about it. You've kept this family going for 8 years, and it's about time you had a rest. I want you to take a trip, a cruise maybe." So Mary took the SS Caledonia, and after a week or so in the Caribbean waters, the drawn, contorted face had disappeared from the mirror of her stateroom. She looked like a young girl again. Well, certainly not a day over 22, she told herself, and, what was more important still, a young girl in love. Sam Loomis was a good 10 years older than Dale Belter had been, and pretty much on the quiet side, but she loved him. It looked like the first real opportunity of all, until Sam explained a few things. There was this hardware store in the little town called Fairvale up north. Sam inherited the business, plus about $20,000 in debts. Sam's father had never told him about his little side investments in the market or the racetrack, but there it was. There were only 2 choices: go into bankruptcy or try and work off the obligations. Sam Loomis chose the latter course. "It's a good business," he explained. "I'll never make a fortune, but with any kind of decent management there's a steady $8,000 or $10,000 a year to be made. Got over $4,000 paid off already. I figure another couple of years and I'll be clear." "But I don't understand. If you're in debt, then how can you afford to take a trip like this?" Sam grinned at her. "I won it in a contest. I tried to settle for a cash deal instead, but they wouldn't go for it. Trip or nothing. Well, this is a slack month, and I've got an honest clerk working for me. I figured I might as well take a free vacation. So here I am, and here you are." He grinned and then sighed. "Oh, I wish it was our honeymoon. Sam, why couldn't it be? I mean—" But he sighed again and shook his head. "We'll have to wait. It may take 2-3 years before everything is paid off." "I don't want to wait. I don't care about money. I could quit my job, work in your store, and sleep in it too, the way I do. I'm sorry, but when we get married, I want us to have a decent home, nice things. That costs money. It isn't easy, and it isn't pleasant, but I know what I want, and I can't settle for less. So you'll just have to be patient, darling." So she was patient, but not until she learned that no amount of further persuasion, verbal or physical, would sway him. When the cruise ended, she went back to the Lowry agency and watched old man Lowry take his steady 5% on every sale he made. Mary hated him, and she hated a lot of the buyers and sellers he did business with, because they were rich too. So she took the money, and subconsciously she must have been daydreaming about just such an opportunity for a long, long time, because now everything seemed to fall into place as though part of a preconceived plan. It was Friday afternoon. The banks would be closed tomorrow, and that meant Lowry wouldn't get around to checking on her activities until Monday, when she didn't show up at the office. Better still, Lyla had departed early in the morning for Dallas. She did all the buying for the record shop now. And Lyla wouldn't be back until Monday either. Mary drove right to the apartment and packed, not everything, just her best clothes in the suitcase and the small overnight bag. Mary wished that she could write her sister a note of some kind, but she didn't dare. She left the apartment around 7. An hour later she halted on the outskirts of a suburb and ate supper, then drove in under an OK used car sign and traded her sedan for a coupe. She lost money on the transaction, lost still more early the next morning when she repeated the performance in a town 400 miles north. Around noon, when she traded again, she found herself in possession of $30 in cash and a battered old heap with a crumpled left front fender. But she was not displeased. The important thing was to make a number of fast switches, cover her trail, and wind up with a junker that would take her as far as Fairvale. Once there, she could drive even further north, maybe as far as Springfield, and sell the last car under her name. How would the authorities trace down the whereabouts of a Mrs. Sam Loomis living in a town 100 miles from there? Because she intended to become Mrs. Sam Loomis, and quickly. She'd walk in on Sam with this story about coming into the inheritance. Not $40,000, that would be too large a sum, and might require too much explanation, but maybe she'd say it was 15, and she'd tell him Lyla had received an equal amount, quit her job abruptly, and gone off to Europe. That would explain why there was no sense inviting her to the wedding. The Lowry agency didn't even know of Sam's existence. Of course they'd come to Lyla, and she'd probably guess right away. But Lyla wouldn't say anything, not until she'd contacted Mary first. Right now, she had one thing to do at a time, and the first step was to reach Fairvale. On the scale map, it was a distance of a mere 4 inches, 4 insignificant inches of red lines from one dot to another. But it had taken her 18 hours to get this far. Now she had missed the turn, and it was raining. The night had come down, and she was lost. Mary glanced into the rearview mirror and caught a dim reflection of her face. It told her wordlessly to stop. You can't stumble into Sam's arms looking like this, coming out of the night with your face and clothing giving away the story of hasty flight. The thing to do was stay over somewhere tonight, get a decent rest, and arrive in Fairvale tomorrow morning alert and refreshed. Mary nodded to herself, resisting the impulse to close her eyes, and then jerked erect, scanning the side of the road through the blur of rain-swept darkness. That's when she saw the sign, set beside the driveway which led to the small building off on the side. Motel. Vacancy. The sign was unlit, but maybe they'd forgotten to switch it on. Mary drove in, noting that the entire motel was dark, including the glass-front cubicle on the end, which undoubtedly served as an office. Maybe the place was closed. She slowed down and peered in, then felt her tires roll over one of those electric signal cables. Now she could see the house on the hillside behind the motel. Its front windows were lighted, and probably the proprietor was up there. He'd come down in a moment. "Looking for a room?" Mary made up her mind very quickly once she saw the fat, bespectacled man's face and heard the soft, hesitant voice. There wouldn't be any trouble. She nodded and climbed out of the car, feeling the ache in her calves as she followed him to the door of the office. He unlocked it, stepped inside the cubicle, and switched on the light. "Sorry I didn't get down sooner. I've been up at the house. Mother isn't very well. Our rooms are $7 single. Would you like to take a look first?" "That won't be necessary." She opened her purse quickly, extracting a $5 bill and 2 singles, placing them on the counter, as he pushed the register forward and held out a pen. For a moment she hesitated, then wrote a name, Jane Wilson, and an address, San Antonio, Texas. She couldn't very well do anything about the Texas plates on the car. "I'll get your bags," he said, and came around the counter. She followed him outside again. The money was in the glove compartment, and she'd locked the car, and nobody would disturb it. He carried the bags over to the door of the room next to the office. "Nasty weather," he said, standing aside as she entered. "Have you been driving long?" "All day." He pressed a switch, and the bedside lamp blossomed and sent forth yellow petals of light. "Everything all right?" She nodded quickly, then remembered something. "Is there anywhere around here where I can get a bite to eat?" "No. Your best bet would be Fairvale." "How far away is that?" "About 17-18 miles." He stood in the doorway, pursing his lips. When she looked up to meet his stare, he dropped his eyes and cleared his throat apologetically. "Miss, I was just going to fix a little snack for myself up at the house. You'd be perfectly welcome to join me." "Oh, I couldn't do that." "Why not?" "No trouble at all. Mother's gone to bed, and she won't be doing any cooking. I was only going to get out some cold cuts and make some coffee, if that's all right with you." "Well, look, I'll just run along and get things ready. Thank you very much, Mr. Bates. Norman Bates." He backed against the door, bumping his shoulder. "Look, I'll leave you this flashlight for when you come up. You'll probably want to get out of those wet things first." He turned away, but not before she caught a glimpse of his reddened face. Why, he was actually embarrassed. 15 minutes later she was knocking on the door of the big frame house on the hillside. A single lamp shone from the unshaded parlor window, but a brighter reflection blazed from upstairs. If his mother was ill, that's where she would be. Mary stood there waiting for a response, but nothing happened. Maybe he was upstairs too. She rapped again. Meanwhile she peered through the parlor window. At first glance she couldn't quite believe what she saw. She hadn't dreamed that such places still existed in this day and age. Mary knocked again, using the end of the flashlight. This time she must have made her presence known, for a moment later she saw Mr. Bates descending the stairs. He came to the door and opened it, gesturing her forward. "Sorry," he said. "I was just tucking Mother in for the night. Sometimes she's apt to be a bit difficult." "You said she was ill? I wouldn't want to disturb her." "Oh, you won't make any bother. She'll probably sleep like a baby. Here, let me just take your coat and hang it up. There. Now, if you'll come this way." She followed him down the hallway, which extended from under the stairs. "I hope you don't mind eating in the kitchen," he murmured. "Everything's all ready for us. Sit right down and I'll pour the coffee." The kitchen was a complement of the parlor, lined with ceiling-high, glassed-in cupboards, grouped about an old-fashioned sink with a hand-pump attachment. The big wood stove squatted in one corner, but it gave off a grateful warmth, and the long wooden table bore a welcome display of sausage, cheese, and homemade pickles. Mr. Bates helped her fill her plate. "Go right ahead. Don't wait for me. You must be hungry." She was hungry, and she ate heartily with such absorption that she scarcely noticed how little he was eating. When she became aware of it, she was faintly embarrassed. "But you haven't touched a thing." "I'm not very hungry." He refilled her coffee cup. "I'm afraid Mother gets me a little upset sometimes." His voice lowered again, and the apologetic note returned. "I guess it's my fault. I'm not too good at taking care of her." "You live here all alone, the two of you?" "Yes. There's never been anybody else." "Never." "Must be pretty hard on you." "I'm not complaining. Don't misunderstand." He adjusted the rimless spectacles. "My father went away when I was still a baby. Mother took care of me all alone. There was enough money on her side of the family to keep us going, I guess, until I grew up, and then she mortgaged the house, sold the farmland, and built this motel. We ran it together, and it was a good thing, until the new highway cut us off. Actually, she started failing long before then, and it was my turn to take care of her. But sometimes it isn't so easy." "There are no other relatives?" "None." "And you've never married?" His face reddened, and he glanced down at the checkered tablecloth. Mary bit her lip. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask personal questions." "Oh, that's all right." His voice was faint. "I've never married. Mother was funny about those things." Mary finished her coffee, fished in her purse for cigarettes, and offered the package to Mr. Bates. "Oh, no, thank you. I don't smoke." "Mind if I do?" "Not at all. Go right ahead." He hesitated. "I'd like to offer you a drink, but you see, Mother doesn't approve of liquor in the house." Mary leaned back, inhaling. Suddenly she felt expansive. Funny what a little warmth, a little rest, a little food could do. An hour ago she'd been lonely, wretched, and fearfully unsure of herself. Now everything had changed. Perhaps it was listening to Mr. Bates which had altered her mood in this way. He was the lonely, wretched, and fearful one, really. In contrast, she felt 7 feet tall. It was this realization which prompted her to speak. "You aren't allowed to smoke? You aren't allowed to drink? You aren't allowed to see any girls? Well, just what do you do, besides run the motel and attend to your mother?" "Oh, I have lots of things to do, really. I read quite a bit. And there are other hobbies. He glanced up at a wall shelf, and she followed his gaze. A stuffed squirrel peered down at them. Hunting? Well, no, just taxidermy. George Blount gave me that squirrel to stuff. He shot it. Mother doesn't want me to handle firearms. Mr. Bates, you'll pardon me for saying this, but how long do you intend to go on this way? You're a grown man. You certainly must realize that you can't be expected to act like a little boy all the rest of your life. I don't mean to be rude, but I understand. I'm well aware of the situation, but I have a duty. Wouldn't you perhaps be fulfilling that duty to her and to yourself as well if you arranged to put her in an institution? She's not crazy. The voice wasn't soft and apologetic any longer. It was high and shrill, and the pudgy man was on his feet, his hands sweeping a cup from the table. It shattered on the floor, but Mary didn't look at it. She could only stare into the shattered face. She's not crazy, he repeated. No matter what you think, or anybody else thinks, no matter what the books say or what those doctors would say at the asylum, they don't know how she took care of me all those years, when there was nobody else who cared, how she worked for me and suffered because of me, the sacrifices that she made. If she's a little wild or a little odd now, it's my fault. I'm responsible. When she came to me that time, told me she wanted to get married again, I'm the one who stopped her. Yes, I stopped her. I was to blame for that. You don't have to tell me about jealousy, possessiveness. I was worse than she could ever be, 10 times crazier, if that's the word you want to use. They'd have locked me up in a minute if they knew the things that I said and did, the way I carried on. He stopped. Not because he was out of words, but because he was out of breath. Mary stood up. I'm sorry, she said softly. Really, I am. I want to apologize. I had no right to say what I did. Yes, I know, but it doesn't matter. It's just that I'm not used to talking about these things. Mary picked up her purse. Well, I'll be running along now. It's getting late. Please, don't go. I'm sorry I made such a fuss. Oh, it isn't that. I'm really very tired. But I thought perhaps we could talk a while. No, I'd like to, but I simply must get some rest. All right, then. I'll walk down with you. I've got to close up the office. It doesn't look as if there'll be any more business tonight. They went through the hall, and he helped her on with her coat. He held the flashlight, and she followed him out of the house, and down the pathway to the gravel drive curving around the motel. Mr. Bates halted before her door, waited until she inserted the key in the lock, and opened it. "Good night," he said. "Sleep well." Thank you, and thanks for the hospitality." Then she closed her door and locked it. She could hear his retreating footsteps, then the telltale click as he entered the office next door. She didn't hear him when he left. Her attention had been immediately occupied by the duty of unpacking. All at once she didn't feel 7 feet tall any more. Or was the change really so sudden? Hadn't it started when Mr. Bates got so hysterical back there at the house? What was it he had said which really deflated her? I think perhaps all of us go a little crazy at times. Mary cleared a place for herself on the bed and sat down. Yes, it was true. All of us do go a little crazy at times, just as she'd gone crazy yesterday afternoon when she saw that money on the desk. And she'd been crazy ever since. She must have been crazy to think that she could get away with what she planned. Maybe she could manage to throw off the police, but Sam would ask questions. And then there was Lyla. Suppose she reacted as Mary had anticipated, came to her without going to the police, even consented to remain silent in the future because of a sense of obligation. The fact remained that she'd know, and there'd be complications. No. The whole thing was crazy, and it was too late to do anything about it now. Or was it? Suppose she got herself some sleep, a good long 10 hours of sleep. Tomorrow was Sunday. If she left here about 9 and drove straight through, she could be back in town Monday morning early. Sure, she'd be dead tired, but it wouldn't kill her, and nobody would ever know. There was the matter of the car, of course. That would take some explaining for Lila's benefit. Maybe she could tell her that she started out for Fairvale intending to surprise Sam over the weekend. The car broke down and she had to have it towed away. The dealer said it would need a new engine, so she decided to junk it, take this old heap instead, and come back home. Yes, that would sound reasonable. Of course, when she figured everything up, this trip would actually cost her about $700. That's what the car had been worth. But the price was worth paying. Mary stood up. She'd do it. And all at once she was 7 feet tall again. It was that simple. She giggled. It was nice to be 7 feet tall, but the question was, would she be able to fit inside the shower stall? And that's what she was going to do right now, take a nice, long, hot shower. She stepped into the bathroom, kicking off her shoes, stooping to slip her stockings off. Then she raised her arms, pulled the dress over her head, tossed it into the next room. It missed the bed, but she didn't care. She unhooked her bra, swung it in an arc, and let it sail. Now the panties. For a moment she stood before the mirror set in the door. Mary giggled again. Then she executed an amateurish bump and grind, tossing her image a kiss, and received one in return. After that, she stepped into the shower stall. The water was hot, and she had to add a mixture from the cold faucet. Finally, she turned both faucets on, full force, and let the warmth gush over her. The roar was deafening, and the room was beginning to steam up. That's why she didn't hear the door open or note the sound of footsteps. And at first, when the shower curtains parted, the steam obscured the face. Then she did see it there, just a face, peering through the curtains, hanging in midair like a mask. A headscarf concealed the hair, and the glassy eyes stared inhumanly. But it wasn't a mask. It couldn't be. The skin had been powdered dead white, and 2 hectic spots of rouge centered on the cheekbones. It wasn't a mask. It was the face of a crazy old woman. Mary started to scream, and then the curtains parted further, and a hand appeared, holding a butcher knife. It was the knife that a moment later cut off her scream and her head. The minute Norman got inside the office, he started to tremble. It was the reaction, of course. Too much had happened, and too quickly. He couldn't bottle it up any longer. Bottle. That's what he needed. A drink. He'd lied to the girl, of course. It was true Mother wouldn't allow liquor in the house, but he did drink. He kept a bottle down here at the office. Norman remembered to pull down the Venetian blinds and swish off the sign outside. There. That did it. Closed for the night. Nobody would notice the dim light of the desk lamp now that the blinds were down. He tilted the pint back and drank, closing his eyes as he did so. The whiskey burned, and that was good. Let it burn away the bitterness. The warmth crept down his throat, exploded in his stomach. Maybe another drink would burn away the taste of fear. It had been a mistake to invite the girl up to the house. Norman knew that the moment he'd opened his mouth. But she was so pretty, and she looked so tired and forlorn. He knew what it was to be tired and forlorn with nobody to turn to, nobody who'd understand. He'd gone back to the house and told Mother he was having company. He'd marched right up to the bedroom and announced it, just as much to say, I dare you to do something about it. It was the wrong thing to do. She practically had hysterics. She was hysterical, the way she carried on, the things she said. If you bring her here, I'll kill her. I'll kill the bitch. The whiskey burned. His third drink, but he needed it, just to steady his nerves. And this time, it worked. His hand wasn't trembling anymore. He wasn't afraid. Not if he thought about the girl. Funny, when he actually saw her, he had this terrible feeling of, what was the word? Something. Importance. No, that wasn't it. Well, it didn't matter. When he was with the girl, he felt that way, but not now. Now he could do anything, and there were so many things he wanted to do with a girl like that. He wished she would have stayed and talked more. As it was, maybe he'd never see her again. Tomorrow she'd be gone. Gone forever. Jane Wilson of San Antonio, Texas. He could fall in love with a girl like that. Yes, he could. After just seeing her a single time. It was nothing to laugh at, but she'd laugh probably. That's the way girls were. They always laughed because they were bitches. Mother was right. They were bitches. But you couldn't help yourself, not when a bitch was as lovely as this one was, and you knew you would never see her again. You had to see her again. If you were any kind of a man, you'd have told her so when you were in her room. You'd have brought in the bottle and offered her a drink, drunk with her, and then you'd carry her over to the bed and... No, you wouldn't. Not you, because you're impotent. That's the word you couldn't remember, isn't it? Impotent. Norman took another drink, just a sip. He could feel the wetness trickle down the side of his chin. He must be drunk. All right, he was drunk. What did it matter? As long as Mother didn't know, as long as the girl didn't know, it would be all a big secret. Impotent, was he? Well, that didn't mean he couldn't see her. Couldn't see her again. He was going to see her right now. Norman bent forward across the desk, his head inclined and almost touching the wall. He'd heard more sounds, and from long experience he knew how to interpret them. The girl had kicked off her shoes. Now she was coming into the bathroom. He reached out his hand. He was going to tilt the framed license on the wall to one side and peek through the little hole he'd drilled so long ago. Nobody else knew about the little hole, not even Mother. Most certainly not Mother. It was his secret. The little hole was just a crack in the plaster on the other side, but he could see through it into the lighted bathroom. She was in the bathroom now, standing there facing the wall. Now she stooped, sliding down her stockings, and as she straightened up, yes, she was going to do it. The dress was coming off over her head. He could see the bra and panties. She mustn't stop now. She mustn't turn away. But she did turn away, and Norman almost called out to her, "Come back here, you bitch!" But he remembered just in time, and then he saw that she was unhooking her bra in front of the door mirror, and he could see, except that the mirror was all wavy lines and lights and made him dizzy. It was hard to make out anything until she stepped a little to one side. Then he could see her. Now, she was going to take them off. She was taking them off, and he could see she was standing before the mirror, actually gesturing. He wanted to scream at her to stop because this was an evil, perverted thing she was doing, and she must stop before he became evil and perverted too. Suddenly, she was gone. There was only the roaring. It welled up, shaking the wall, drowning out the words and the thoughts. It was coming from inside his head, and he fell back in the chair. "I'm drunk," he told himself. "I'm passing out." But that was not entirely so. The roaring continued, and somewhere inside it he heard another sound. The office door was opening. How could that be? He'd locked it, hadn't he? And he still had the key. If only he'd open his eyes, he could find it. But he couldn't open his eyes. He didn't dare. Because now he knew Mother had a key, too. She had a key to her room, she had a key to the house, she had a key to the office, and she was standing there now, looking down at him. He hoped she would think that he had just fallen asleep. What was she doing here, anyway? Had she heard him leave with the girl, come down to spy on him? Then she was gone. She'd turned around without saying anything and gone out. There was nothing to be afraid of. She'd come to protect him from the bitches. Yes, that was it. She'd come to protect him. Whenever he needed her, Mother was there. And now he could sleep. Norman came to with a start, jerking his head back. God, it ached. He'd passed out there in the chair, actually passed out. No wonder everything was pounding, roaring. Roaring? He'd heard the same sound before. How long ago? An hour? 2 hours? Now he recognized it. The shower was going next door. That was it. The girl had gone into the shower. But that had been so long ago, she couldn't still be in there, could she? He reached forward, tilted the framed license on the wall. His eyes squinted and then focused on the brightly lit bathroom beyond. It was empty. He couldn't see into the shower stall on the side. Anyway, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. The bathroom was in order. Norman scanned it once again, then noticed the floor. Water from the shower was trickling across the tiles. Or was it water? Water isn't pink. Water doesn't have tiny threads of red in it, tiny threads of red like veins. She must have slipped. She must have fallen and hurt herself, Norman decided. The panic was rising in him, but he knew what he must do. He grabbed up his keys from the desk and hurried out of the office. Quickly he found the right one for the adjoining unit and opened the door. The bedroom was empty, but the open suitcase still rested on the bed itself. She hadn't gone away, so he'd guessed correctly. There'd been an accident in the shower. He'd have to go in there. It wasn't until he actually entered the bathroom that he remembered something else, and then it was too late. The panic burst loose, but that didn't help him now. He still remembered Mother had keys to the motel, too. And then, as he ripped back the shower curtains and stared down at the hacked and twisted things sprawled on the floor of the stall, he realized that Mother had used her keys. Norman locked the door behind him and went up to the house. His clothes were a mess, blood on them, of course, and water, and then he'd been sick all over the bathroom floor. But that wasn't important now. There were other things which must be cleaned up first. This time he was going to do something about it. Once and for all, this time he was going to put Mother where she belonged. He had to. The door to Mother's room stood open, and lamplight fanned forth into the hall. He stepped in, not bothering to knock, no need to pretend any more. She couldn't get away with this. She couldn't get away. But she had. The bedroom was empty. He could see the rumpled indentation where she had lain, see the covers flung back on the big four-posters, smell the faint, musty scent still in the room. He stepped over to the closet, ruffling the clothing on the hangers lining the long center pole. Here the acrid scent was very strong, so strong he almost choked. But there was another odor, too. It wasn't until his foot slipped that he looked down and realized where it was coming from. One of her dresses and a headscarf were balled up on the floor. He stooped to retrieve them, then shivered in revulsion as he noted the dark, reddish stains of clotted blood. She'd come back here then, come back, changed her clothes, and gone off once more. He couldn't call the police. That was the thing he had to remember. He mustn't call the police. Cold-blooded murder is one thing, but sickness is another. Only sometimes the courts didn't agree. He'd read of cases. Even if they did recognize what was wrong with her, they'd still put her away. They'd put her away to rot. No matter what she'd done, she didn't deserve that. And she wasn't going to get that, because nobody knew what she'd done. The girl had driven in alone, said she'd been on the road all day. That meant she wasn't visiting en route, and she didn't seem to know where Fairvale was, didn't mention any other towns nearby, so the chances were she had no intention of seeing anyone around here. Whoever expected her, if anyone was expecting her, must live some distance further north. She had signed the register, of course, but that meant nothing. If anybody ever asked, he'd say that she had spent the night and driven on. All Norman had to do was to get rid of the body and the car and make sure that everything was cleaned up afterward. That part would be easy. He knew just how to do that. It wouldn't be pleasant, but it wouldn't be difficult either. Mother's dress and scarf would have to be burned, and so would the clothing he was wearing. No, on second thought, he might as well get rid of it all when he got rid of the body. Norman wadded the garments into a ball and carried them downstairs. He grabbed an old shirt and a pair of coveralls from the hook in the back hallway, then shed his clothing in the kitchen and donned the others. No sense stopping to wash up now. That could wait until the rest of the messy business was completed. Norman went down into the basement and opened the door of the old fruit cellar. He found what he was looking for, a discarded clothes hamper with a sprung cover. It was large enough, and it would do nicely. Calmly he took an old oilcloth from the table near the cellar stairs. Calmly he went back upstairs, snapped off the kitchen light, snapped off the hall light, and let himself out of the house in darkness, carrying the hamper with the oilcloth on top. It was harder to be calm here in the dark, harder not to think about 101 things that might go wrong. Mother had wandered off. Where? Had she actually run away, or was she merely in a daze? Maybe she'd gone down past the woods back of the house, along the narrow 10-acre strip of their land, which stretched off into the swamp. Wouldn't it be better to search for her first? Norman sighed and shook his head. He couldn't afford the risk, not while that thing still sprawled in the shower stall back at the motel. Leaving it there was even more risky. He'd had the presence of mind to turn off all the lights, both in the office and in her room, before leaving. But even so, one never knew when some night owl might show up and nose around looking for accommodations. He stumbled along in the pitch blackness of moonless midnight. Norman was very grateful when he finally opened the door of the girl's room and eased the hamper inside, then set it down and switched on the light. The soft glow reassured him for a moment, until he remembered what the light would reveal when he went into the bathroom. He stood in the center of the bedroom now and began to tremble. No, I can't do it. I can't look at her. I won't go in there. I won't. But you have to. There's no other way. And stop talking to yourself. But he couldn't hold back his nausea, his dizziness, and his dry, convulsive retching when it actually came to going into the shower stall and doing what must be done there. He found the butcher knife almost at once. It was under the torso. He dropped that into the hamper immediately. There was an old pair of gloves in his coverall pockets. He had to put them on before he could bring himself to touch the rest. The head was the worst. Nothing else was severed, only slashed, and he had to fold the limbs before he could wrap the body in the oilcloth and crowd it down into the hamper on top of the clothing. Then it was done, and he slammed the lid shut. That still left the bathroom and the shower stall itself to be cleaned up, but he'd deal with that part of the job when he came back. Now he had to lug the hamper out into the bedroom, then put it down while he found the girl's purse and ransacked it for the car keys. He was sweating long before he managed to open the trunk of the car and place the hamper inside, sweating not with exertion, but with fear. But he made it, and then he was back again in the room, picking up the clothing and shoving it into the overnight bag and the big suitcase on the bed. Now what? Kleenex, hairpins, all the little things a woman leaves scattered around the room. Yes, and her purse. He put the 2 bags in the car on the front seat. Then he closed and locked the door of the room. He scanned the roadway in both directions. All clear. Getting into the car, Norman started the motor and switched on the lights. He drove slowly up the slope behind the motel and along the gravel leading to the driveway in the house. Another stretch of gravel went to the rear of the house and terminated at the old shed, which had been converted to serve as a garage for Norman's Chevy. He shifted gears and eased off onto the grass. He was in the field now, bumping along. There was a rutted path here, worn by tire tracks, and he found it. Every few months Norman took his own car along this route, hitching up the trailer and going into the woods bordering the swamp to collect firewood for the kitchen. That's what he'd do tomorrow, he decided. First thing in the morning, he'd take the car and trailer out there. Then his own tire marks would cover up these, and if he left footprints in the mud, there'd be an explanation. Starting the motor and shifting into reverse, he jumped out and let the car down the slope into the muddy quagmire. The slope would show tire tracks, too, and he must remember to smooth away the traces. But that wasn't the important thing now, just as long as the car sank. It seemed like hours, and still the car was visible. But the ooze had reached the door handles. It was coming up over the side glass and the windshield. Now only the top was visible. Suddenly there was a sort of sucking noise, a nasty and abrupt plop, and the car was gone. It had settled beneath the surface of the swamp. He turned away with a grimace. Well, that part of it was finished. But there were other things to do. He did them almost mechanically. There was soap and detergent in the office, a brush and a pail. He went over to the bathroom inch by inch and then the shower stall. Then he inspected the bedroom once more. Luck was with him. Just under the bed he found an earring. The other one would be around here somewhere. Norman was bleary-eyed and weary, but he searched. It wasn't anywhere in the room, so it must be either in her baggage or still attached to her ear. In either case it wouldn't matter, just as long as he got rid of this one. Throw it in the swamp tomorrow. Now there was only the house to attend to. He'd scrub out the kitchen sink. It was almost 2:00 by the grandfather clock in the hall when he came in. He could scarcely keep his eyes open long enough to wash the stains from the sink top. Then he stepped out of his muddy shoes, peeled off the coveralls, stripped himself of shirt and socks, and washed. It wasn't until he was actually in the bedroom donning his pajamas that he remembered what was still wrong. Mother hadn't come back. She was still wandering around God knows where in the middle of the night. He had to get dressed again and go out. He had to find her. Or did he? Why should he concern himself about Mother after what she'd done? Maybe she'd been picked up, or would be. Maybe she'd even babble out the story of what she'd done. But who'd believe it? There was no evidence. Not anymore. All he needed to do was deny everything. Maybe he wouldn't even have to do that much. Anyone who saw Mother listen to her wild story would know she was crazy. And then they'd lock her up in a place where she didn't have a key and couldn't get out again, and that would be the end. He hadn't felt like that earlier this evening, he remembered. But that was before he had to go into that bathroom again, before he had to go into the shower stall and see those things. Norman knew he wasn't thinking clearly anymore. He was faintly aware of the fact that he was lying on the bed, had been lying on the bed for a long time now, and he wasn't really deciding what to do either, or wondering about Mother and where she was. Instead, he was watching her. He could see her now, even though at the same time he felt the numb pressure on his eyeballs and knew that his eyelids were closed. He could see Mother, and she was in the swamp. That's where she was, in the swamp. She'd blundered down the bank in the darkness, and she couldn't get out again. In a little while now he'd be free of them both, victim and victor, Mother and the bitch. Bitch Mother down there in the dirty slime. Let it happen. Let her drown, the filthy, nasty scum. It was a dream. It had to be a dream. Mother was suddenly standing on the firm ground at the edge of the swamp, and he was sinking. He was in filth up to his neck, and there was nobody to save him, nobody to help him, nothing to hang on to unless Mother held out her arms. She could save him. She was the only one. He didn't want to drown. He didn't want to suffocate in the slime. He didn't want to go down there the way the girl bitch had gone down. The foulness was sucking against his throat, and he was screaming, "Mother! Mother! Save me!" And then he was out of the swamp, back here in bed where he belonged, and his body was wet only with perspiration. He knew now that it had been a dream, even before he heard her voice there at the bedside. "It's all right, son. I'm here. Everything's all right." He wanted to open his eyes, but she said, "Don't you worry, son. Just go back to sleep. But I have to tell you, I know. I was watching. You didn't think I'd go away and leave you, did you? You did right, Norman. And everything's all right now." Just before he drifted off to sleep again, Norman made up his mind. They wouldn't talk about what happened tonight, not now or ever. And he wouldn't think about sending her away, no matter what she did. She belonged here, with him. Maybe she was crazy and a murderess, but she was all he had, all he wanted, all he needed. Promptly at 6:00 on the following Friday evening, a miracle happened. Ottorino Respighi came into the back room of Fairvale's only hardware store to play his Brazilian impressions. Ottorino Respighi had been heard for many years, and the symphonic group L'Orchestre des Concerts Cologne had been conducted in the work many thousands of miles away. But when Sam Loomis reached out and switched on the tiny FM radio, the music welled forth, annihilating space and time and death itself. For a moment, Sam wished that he weren't alone. Miracles were meant to be shared. Music is meant to be shared. He pulled out the big ledger and carried it over to the kitchen table. For the next hour, the table would be his desk, just as he would be his own bookkeeper. It wouldn't go on this way very much longer. the way things were breaking for him these days. A quick glance at the figures seemed to confirm his optimism. It looked very much as if he might be able to pay off another 1,000 this month. Made him feel pretty good. It ought to make Mary feel pretty good, too. Mary hadn't been too cheerful lately. At least her letters sounded as if she were depressed. When she wrote at all, that is. Come to think of it, she owed him several letters now. He'd written her again last Friday, and still no reply. Maybe he ought to take off a few days next week, leave Summerfield in charge here, and take a run down to see her. Just drop in and surprise her, cheer her up. Why not? Things were very slack at the moment, and Bob could handle the store alone. Sam sighed. Sometimes he almost wondered if they hadn't made a mistake when they planned ahead. After all, what did they really know about each other? Aside from the companionship of the cruise and the 2 days Mary had spent here last year, they'd never been together. There were letters, of course, but maybe they just made things worse, because in the letters Sam had begun to find another Mary, a moody, almost petulant personality, given to likes and dislikes so emphatic they were almost prejudices. He shrugged. What had come over him? Was it the morbidity of the music? All at once he felt tension in the muscles at the back of his neck. He listened intensely, trying to isolate the instrument, pinpoint the phrase that had triggered his reaction. Something was wrong, something he sensed, something he could almost hear. Sam rose, pushing back his chair. He could hear it now, a faint rattling from up front. Of course, that's all it was. He had heard something to bother him. Somebody was rattling the knob of the front door. Sam turned and went into the store, hurrying down the dim aisle. The blind had been pulled down on the front door, but he could hear the agitated rattling very plainly now. Sam fumbled in his pocket, pulling out his key ring. "All right," he called. "I'm opening up." And he did so deftly, swinging the door back without withdrawing the key. She stood there in the doorway, silhouetted against the street lamp's glow from the curbing outside. For a moment the shock of recognition held him immobile. Then he stepped forward, and his arms closed around her. "Mary," he murmured. His mouth found hers gratefully, greedily, and then she was stiffening. She was pulling away. What was wrong? "I'm not Mary," she gasped. "I'm Lyla." "Lyla? The kid, I mean? Mary's sister?" She nodded. As she did so, he caught a glimpse of her face and profile, and the lamplight glinted on her hair. It was brown, much lighter than Mary's. Now he could see the difference in the shape of the snub nose, the higher angle of the broad cheekbones. She was a trifle shorter, too, and her hips and shoulders seemed slimmer. "I'm sorry," he muttered. "It's this light." "That's all right." Her voice was different, too, softer and lower. "Come inside, won't you?" "Well," she hesitated, glancing down at her feet, and then Sam noticed the small suitcase on the sidewalk. "Here, let me take this for you." He scooped it up. As he passed her in the doorway, he switched on the rear light. "My room is in the back," he told her. "Follow me." She trailed after him in silence. Not quite silence, because Respighi's tone poem still resounded from the radio. "You want me to leave it on, or do you want to talk?" he asked. "Turn it off. We'd better talk." He nodded, bent over the set, then faced her. "Sit down," he invited. "Take off your coat." "Thanks. I don't intend to stay long. I've got to find a room." "You're here on a visit?" "Just overnight. I'll probably leave again in the morning. And it isn't exactly a visit. I'm looking for Mary." "Looking for—" Sam stared at her. "But what would she be doing here?" "I was hoping that you could tell me that." "But how could I? Mary isn't here." "Was she here? Earlier this week, I mean?" "Of course not. Why, I haven't seen her since she drove up last summer." Sam sat down on the sofa bed. "What's the matter, Lyla? What's this all about?" "I wish I knew." She avoided his gaze, lowering her lashes and staring at her hands. "Please," he said, "tell me." Lyla looked up suddenly, her wide hazel eyes searching his. "You weren't lying when you said Mary hadn't been here?" "No, it's the truth. I haven't even heard from her these past few weeks. I was beginning to get worried. Then you came bursting in here, and—" His voice broke. Tell me." "All right. I believe you, but there isn't much to tell. I haven't seen Mary since a week ago last night at the apartment. That's the night I left for Dallas. I spent the weekend and took a train back up late Sunday night. I got in early Monday morning. Mary wasn't at the apartment. At first I wasn't concerned. Maybe she'd left early for work. But she usually called me sometime during the day, and when she didn't phone by noon, I decided to call her at the office. Mr. Lowry answered the phone. He said he was just getting ready to call me and see what was wrong. Mary hadn't come in that morning. He hadn't seen her or heard from her since the middle of Friday afternoon." "Wait a minute," Sam said slowly. "Let me get this straight. Are you trying to tell me that Mary has been missing for an entire week?" "I'm afraid so." "Well, then why wasn't I notified before this?" He stood up, feeling the renewed tension in his neck muscles, feeling it in his throat and his voice. "Why didn't you get in touch with me? Phone me? What about the police?" "Sam, Instead, you waited all this time and then came up here to ask if I'd seen her? It doesn't make sense." "Nothing makes sense. Mr. Lowry doesn't know about you. You see, the police don't know about this. After what he told me, I agreed not to call them. But I was so worried, so frightened, and I had to know, and that's why today I decided to drive up here and find out for myself. I thought maybe the two of you might have planned it together." "Planned what?" Sam shouted. "That's what I'd like to know." The answer was soft, but there was nothing soft about the face of the man who stood in the doorway. He was tall, thin, and deeply tanned. A gray Stetson shadowed his forehead, but not his eyes. The eyes were ice blue and ice hard. "Who are you?" Sam muttered. "How did you get in here?" "Front door was unlocked, so I just stepped inside. I came here to get a little information, but I see Miss Crane already beat me to the question. Maybe you'd like to give us both an answer now?" "Answer? That's right." The tall man moved forward, one hand dipping into the pocket of his gray jacket. Sam lifted his arm, then dropped it as the hand came forth, extending a wallet. The tall man flipped it open. "The name's Arbogast. Milton Arbogast, licensed investigator representing Parity Mutual. We carry a bonding policy on the Lowry agency your girlfriend worked for. That's why I'm here now. I want to find out what you two did with the $40,000. The gray Stetson was on the table now, and the gray jacket was draped over the back of one of Sam's chairs. Arbogast snubbed his third cigarette in the ashtray and immediately lighted another. "All right," he said. "So you didn't leave Fairvale any time during the past week. I'll buy that, Loomis. Of course, that doesn't prove Mary Crane hasn't been to see you." Sam sighed. "But she didn't. Look, you heard what Lyla here just told you. I haven't even heard from Mary for weeks. I wrote her a letter last Friday, the very day she's supposed to have disappeared. Why would I do a thing like that if I knew she was going to come here? To cover up, of course. Very smart move." Arbogast exhaled savagely. Sam rubbed the back of his neck. "I'm not that smart at all. I didn't know about the money. The way you've explained it, not even Mr. Lowry knew in advance that somebody was going to bring him $40,000 in cash on Friday afternoon. Certainly Mary didn't know. How could we possibly plan anything together? She could have phoned you from a pay station after she took the money on Friday night and told you to write her." "Check with the phone company," Sam answered wearily. "You'll find I haven't had any long-distance calls for a month." Arbogast nodded. "So she didn't phone you. She drove straight up, told you what happened, and made a date to meet you later after things cooled down." Lyla bit her lip. "My sister's not a criminal. You don't have any right to talk about her that way. You have no real proof that she took the money. Maybe Mr. Lowry took it himself. Maybe he cooked up this whole story just to cover up." "Sorry," Arbogast muttered. "I know how you feel, but you can't make him your patsy. Unless the thief is found, tried, and convicted, our company doesn't pay off, and Lowry is out the $40,000, so he couldn't profit from the deal in any way. Besides, you're overlooking obvious facts. Mary Crane is missing. She has been missing ever since the afternoon she received that money. She didn't take it to the bank. She didn't hide it in the apartment. But it's gone. And her car is gone, and she's gone. Again, a cigarette died and was interred in the ashtray. It all adds up. Lyla began to sob softly. No, it doesn't. You should have listened to me when I wanted to call the police. Instead, I let you and Mr. Lowry talk me out of it, because you said you wanted to keep things quiet, and maybe if we waited, Mary would decide to bring the money back. You wouldn't believe what I said, but I know now that I was right. Mary didn't take that money. Somebody must have kidnapped her. Somebody who knew about it. Arbogast shrugged, then rose wearily and walked over to the girl. He patted her shoulder. Listen, Miss Crane, we went through this before, remember? Nobody else knew about the money. Your sister wasn't kidnapped. She went home, packed her own bags, drove off in her own car, and she was alone. Didn't your landlady see her go off? So be reasonable. I am reasonable. You're the one who doesn't make sense. Following me up here to see Mr. Loomis. The investigator shook his head. What makes you think I followed you? He asked quietly. How else did you happen to come here tonight? Outside of me, no one knew. You didn't even know Sam Loomis existed. Arbogast shook his head. I knew. Remember up at your apartment when I looked through your sister's desk? I came across this envelope. He flourished it. Why, it's addressed to me, Sam muttered, and rose to reach for it. Arbogast drew his hand away. You don't need this. There's no letter inside, just the envelope. But I can use it because it's in her handwriting. He paused. As a matter of fact, I've been using it ever since Wednesday morning when I started out for here. You started out for here on Wednesday? Lyla dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. That's right. I wasn't following you. I was way ahead of you. The address on the envelope gave me a lead. That plus Loomis' picture in the frame next to your sister's bed. With all my love, Sam. Easy enough to figure out the connection. So I decided to put myself in your sister's place. I've just laid my hands on $40,000 in cash. I've got to get out of town fast. Where do I go? My natural impulse would be to come straight to Loverboy here. Sam hit the kitchen table so hard that the cigarette butts jumped out of the ashtray. That's about enough, he said. So far you haven't offered one word of proof to back up any of this. Arbogast fumbled for another cigarette. You want proof, eh? What do you think I've been doing back there on the road ever since Wednesday morning? That's when I found the car. You found my sister's car? Lyla was on her feet. Sure. I had a funny hunch that one of the first things she'd do would be to ditch it, so I called around town to all the dealers in the used car lots, giving a description and the license number. Sure enough, it paid off. I found the place, showed the guy my credentials, and he talked. Turned out that Mary Crane made a fast trade with him on Friday night just before closing time. Took a hell of a beating on the deal, too. But I got all the information on the title and a full description of the heap she drove out with. Heading north. So I headed north, too. But I couldn't go very fast. I was playing one hunch, that she'd stick to the highway because she was coming here. Probably drive straight through the first night. So I drove straight through for 8 hours. Then I spent a lot of time around Oklahoma City checking motels along the highway and used car places on the road. I figured she might switch again just to be on the safe side. But no dice. Thursday I got up as far as Tulsa. Same routine, same results. It wasn't until this morning when the needle turned up in the haystack. Another lot, another dealer, just north of there. She made the second trade early last Saturday. Took another shellacking, and ended up with a blue 1953 Plymouth with a bad front fender. He took a notebook from his pocket. It's all down here in black and white, he said. As far as I'm concerned, this is the place she was heading for, and unless something unexpected happened, unless the car broke down or there was an accident, she should have arrived here late last Saturday night. But she didn't, Sam said. I haven't seen her. Look, I can dig up proof if you want it. Last Saturday night I was over at the Legion Hall playing cards. Plenty of witnesses. Sunday morning I went to church. Sunday noon I had dinner at... Arbogast raised a hand wearily. Okay, I get the message. You didn't see her. So, Something must have happened. I'll start checking back. What about the police? Lyla asked. I still think you ought to go to the police. Arbogast picked up the gray Stetson. We've tried it the hard way so far. I admit it. But if we locate her without dragging in the authorities, we might save our client and the company a lot of bad publicity. But if you're right and Mary did get this far, then why hasn't she been to see me? That's what I want to know, just as badly as you do, Sam told him. And I'm not going to wait much longer to find out. Will you wait another 24 hours? Arbogast asked. What do you have in mind? More checking, like I said. He raised his hand to forestall Sam's objection. Maybe somebody saw her, because I still think my hunch is right. She intended to come here. And if you don't find out in 24 hours? Then I'm willing to call it quits, go to the police, do the whole missing persons routine. Okay? Sam nodded at Arbogast. All right. It's a deal. But I'm warning you right now, if nothing happens tomorrow and you don't notify the police, I will. Arbogast put on his jacket. Guess I'll get a room over at the hotel. How about you, Miss Crane? Lyla looked at Sam. I'll take her over in a little while, Sam said. First, I thought we'd go and eat. But I'll see that she's checked in, and we'll both be here tomorrow, waiting. Arbogast went out. Long before the front door closed behind him, Lyla was sobbing against Sam's shoulder. He said, Take it easy. What you need right now is a little food and a lot of rest. Things won't look so black tomorrow. Do you really think so, Sam? Yes, I do. It was the first time he had ever lied to a woman. Tomorrow became today, Saturday, and for Sam it was a time for waiting. He phoned Lyla from the store around 10, and she was already up, had already eaten breakfast. Arbogast wasn't in. Apparently he'd gotten an early start. But he'd left a note for Lyla downstairs saying that he would call in sometime during the day. Why don't you come over here and keep me company, Sam suggested over the phone. No sense sitting around in your room. We can have lunch together and check back at the hotel to see if Arbogast calls. Better still, I'll ask the operator to transfer any calls over here to the store. Lyla agreed, and Sam felt better. He didn't want her to be alone today. Too easy for her to start brooding about Mary. God knows he'd done enough of it himself all night. He'd done his best to resist the idea, but he had to admit that Arbogast's theory made sense. Mary must have planned to come here after she took the money. If she had taken it, that is. That was the worst part. Accepting Mary in the role of a thief. Mary wasn't that kind of a person. Everything he knew about her contradicted the possibility. And yet, just how much did he know about Mary really? Just last night he'd acknowledged to himself how little he actually understood his fiancée. Why, he knew so little that he'd even mistaken another girl for her in a dim light. Lyla seemed in better spirits when she came into the store. Her step was buoyant. Sam introduced her to Bob Summerfield, then took her out to lunch. Inevitably, she began speculating about Mary and about what Arbogast might be doing today. Sam answered her briefly, attempting to keep both his replies and his tone of voice on a casual level. After their meal, he stopped at the hotel and arranged to have a transfer made on any calls which might come in for Lyla during the afternoon. Then they went back to the store. It was a light day for Saturday, and much of the time Sam was able to sit in the back room and chat with the girl. Later in the afternoon, Lyla said, Sam, I'm worried. It's almost 4 now, and Arbogast hasn't called. He will. Just be patient. Give him time. I can't help it. You said 24 hours, and then you'd go to the police if you had to. I meant it, but it won't be 24 hours until 8 o'clock, and I still say maybe we won't have to go. Maybe Arbogast is right. Maybe. Sam, I want to know. You're just as nervous as I am, aren't you? Yes, I guess so. He stood up, swinging his arms. I don't know why Arbogast hasn't called in by now. If he doesn't get in touch with us by supper time, I'll go over to Judge Chambers myself. Who? Judge Chambers. He's the sheriff here. Fairvale's the county seat, you know. Sam, The phone rang out in the store. He disappeared without waiting for her to complete her sentence. Bob Summerfield was already answering. "It's for you," he called. Sam picked up the receiver, glancing over his shoulder and noting that Lyla had followed him out. "Hello, Sam Loomis speaking." Arbogast. "Thought you might be worried about me." "We were. What did you find out?" There was a short, almost imperceptible pause. Then, "No dice so far." "So far? Where have you been all day?" "Where haven't I been? I've covered this area from one end to another. Right now I'm in Parnassus." "Well, that's way down at the edge of the county, isn't it?" "What about the highway between?" "I came out on it, but I understand I can come back another way on an alternate." "Yes, that's right. The old highway. It's a county trunk now, but there's absolutely nothing along that route. Fellow in the restaurant here tells me there's a motel back in through there." "Oh, come to think of it, I guess there is. The old Bates place. I didn't know it was still open. It isn't likely you'll find anything there." "Well, it's the last place on the list. I'm coming back anyway, so I might as well stop in. How you holding?" "All right." "And the girl?" Sam lowered his voice. "She wants me to notify the authorities immediately, and I think she's right. And after what you've told me, I know she's right. Will you wait till I get there?" "How long's it going to take?" "An hour, maybe, unless I run into something at this motel." "We'll give you an hour," Sam said. "You can find us here at the store." He hung up and turned away. "What did he say?" Lyla asked. "He didn't find out anything, did he?" "Well, no, but he isn't finished yet. There's another place where he plans to stop." "Only one more place?" "Don't say it like that. Maybe he'll hear something there. If not, he's due back within an hour. We'll go to the sheriff. You heard what I told him." "All right. We'll wait. 1 hour, you said." It wasn't a pleasant hour. Sam was almost grateful when the late Saturday afternoon crowd came in, and he had to excuse himself and go out front and help wait on the overflow, because he was beginning to feel it now. Something had happened. Something had happened to Mary. Something... "Sam?" He turned away from the cash register after completing a sale, and Lyla was there. She'd come out from the back room, and she was pointing at her wristwatch. "Sam, the hour's up." I know. Let's give him a few more minutes, shall we? I've got to close up the store first anyway." "All right, but only a few minutes." But he didn't come. Sam and Summerfield shooed out the last straggler at 5:30. Sam checked the register, and Summerfield spread the dust covers for the night. Still Arbogast didn't appear. Summerfield switched off the lights, prepared to depart. Sam got ready to lock the door. No Arbogast. "Now," Lyla said. "Let's go now." "Listen," Sam said. "It's the phone." And seconds later, "Hello?" "Arbogast." "Where are you?" "You promised to—" "Never mind what I promised." The investigator's voice was low, his words hurried. "I'm out at the motel, and I've only got a minute. Wanted to let you know why I hadn't showed. Listen, I found a lead. Your girlfriend was here, all right, last Saturday night." "Mary, you're sure?" "Pretty sure. I checked the register, got a chance to compare handwriting. Of course, she used another name, Jane Wilson, and gave a phony address. I'll have to get a court order to photostat the register entry if we need proof." "What else did you find out?" "Well, the car description tallies, and so does the description of the girl. The proprietor filled me in." "How'd you manage to get that information?" "I pulled my badge and gave him the stolen car routine. He got all excited. A real oddball, this guy. Name's Norman Bates. You know him?" "No, can't say that I do." "He says the girl drove in Saturday night around 6. Paid in advance. It was a bad night, raining, and she was the only customer. Claims she pulled out early the next morning before he came down to open up. He lives in a house behind the motel with his mother." "Do you think he's telling the truth?" "I don't know yet." "What does that mean?" "Well, I put a little heat on him about the car and all, and he let it slip that he'd invited the girl up to the house for supper. Said that was all there was to it. His mother could verify it." "Did you talk to her?" "No, but I'm going to. She's up at the house in her room. He tried to hand me a line that she's too sick to see anyone, but I noticed her sitting at the bedroom window giving me the once-over when I drove in, so I told him I was going to have a little chat with this old lady, whether he liked it or not. Anyway, he hot-footed it off to the house to tell his mother to get dressed. I thought I'd sneak through a call while he's gone. So you stick around until I'm finished here. Uh-oh, he's coming back. See ya. The receiver clicked and the line went dead. Sam hung up. He turned to Lyla and reported the conversation. Feel better now? Yes, but I wish I knew. We will know in just a little while. Now all we have to do is wait. Saturday afternoon. Norman shaved. He shaved only once a week and always on a Saturday. Norman didn't like to shave because of the mirror. It had those wavy lines in it. All mirrors seemed to have wavy lines that hurt his eyes. Maybe the real trouble was that his eyes were bad. Yes, that was it, because he remembered how he used to enjoy looking in the mirror as a boy. He liked to stand in front of the glass without any clothes on. One time Mother had caught him at it and hit him on the side of the head with a big silver-handled hairbrush. Mother was right. It was nasty to stare at yourself, all naked and unprotected, to peek at the blubbery fat, the short hairless arms, the big belly, and underneath it. When you did, you wished you were somebody else, somebody who was tall and lean and handsome, like Uncle Joe Considine. Isn't he the best-looking figure of a man you ever saw? Mother used to remark. He wished Mother wouldn't insist on calling him Uncle Joe, because he wasn't any real relation at all, just a friend who came around to visit Mother. And he got her to build the motel, too, after she sold the farm acreage. Uncle Joe Considine could wrap her around his little finger. He could do anything he wanted with Mother. It would be nice to be like that, and to look the way Uncle Joe Considine looked. Oh, no, it wouldn't, because Uncle Joe was dead. Norman blinked at his reflection as he shaved. Funny how it had slipped out of his mind. Why, it must be almost 20 years now. Norman fingered the razor. It was sharp, very sharp. He had to be careful not to cut himself. Yes, and he had to be careful to put it away when he finished shaving, to lock it up where Mother couldn't get hold of it. He couldn't trust Mother with anything that was sharp. That's why he did most of the cooking, and the dishes, too. Mother still loved to clean the house. Her own room was always neat as a pin, but Norman always took charge of the kitchen. Not that he ever said anything to her outright. He just took over. She never questioned him either, and he was glad of that. Things had gone along for a whole week now since that girl had come last Saturday, and they hadn't discussed the affair at all. It would have been awkward and embarrassing for both of them. All week long he'd waited for something to go wrong. Every time a car drove into the motel driveway, he just about jumped out of his skin. Last Sunday, of course, he'd finished cleaning up back there at the edge of the swamp. He took his own car down there and loaded the trailer with wood, and by the time he'd finished, there wasn't anything left that would look suspicious. The girl's earring had gone into the swamp, too, and the other one hadn't shown up, so he felt reasonably secure. Norman finished shaving and washed his hands again. He'd noticed this compulsion in himself, particularly during the past week. Guilt feelings. No time to think about that now. He had to get down to the motel and open up. There'd been some business during the week, not very much. Norman never had more than 3 or 4 units occupied on a given night, and that was good. It meant he didn't have to rent out number 6. Number 6 had been the girls' room. He hoped he'd never have to rent it out. He was done with that sort of thing, the peeking, the voyeurism. That was what had caused all the trouble in the first place. If he hadn't peeked, if he hadn't been drinking, no sense crying over spilt milk, though, even if it hadn't been milk. He tightened his tie and left the bathroom. Mother was in her room looking out of the window again. Poor sick old lady, chained to the house here. Let her watch the world go by. It was locking the doors all week long which gave him his new sense of security. He'd taken her keys away from her, too, the keys to the house and the keys to the motel. Once he left, there was no way she could get out. Norman walked down the path and came around the corner toward his office just as the towel service truck drove up on its weekly rounds. He had everything ready for the driver. He accepted the fresh supply and gave him the old, dirty linen. Norman walked back to the office and put the towels away. There was already a fresh supply of linen in every unit. He was ready for today's business, if any, But nothing happened until around 4 o'clock. He sat there watching the roadway outside, and he got bored and fidgety. He was almost tempted to take a drink until he remembered what he'd promised himself. No more drinking. Drinking had killed Uncle Joe Considine. Drinking had led to the killing of the girl indirectly. So from now on, he'd be a teetotaler. Still, he could use a drink right now, just one. Norman was still hesitating when the car pulled in with a lone man behind the wheel. A green Buick. Texas license. Texas license? That girl, that Jane Wilson, had come from Texas. Norman stood up and stepped behind the counter. He saw the man leave the car, heard the crunch of his approaching footsteps on the gravel, matched the rhythm with the muffled thumping of his own heart. It's just a coincidence, he told himself. People drive up from Texas every day. The man entered. He was tall and thin, and he wore one of those gray Stetson hats with the broad brim that shadowed the upper portion of his face. "Good evening," he said, without much of a drawl. "Good evening." Norman shifted his feet uneasily beneath the counter. "You the proprietor here?" "That's right. You like a room?" "Not exactly. I'm looking for a little information." "I'll be glad to help if I can. What is it you wanted to know?" "I'm trying to locate a girl." Norman's hands twitched. He couldn't feel them because they were numb. He was numb all over. His heart wasn't pounding anymore. It didn't even seem to be beating. Everything was very quiet. It would be terrible if he screamed. "Her name is Crane," the man said. "Mary Crane from Fort Worth, Texas. I was wondering if she might have registered here." Norman didn't want to scream now. He wanted to laugh. He could feel his heart resume its normal functions again. It was easy to reply. "No," he said, "there hasn't been anybody by that name here." "You sure?" "Positive. We don't get too much business these days. I'm pretty good at remembering my customers. This girl would have stopped over about a week ago. Last Saturday night, say, or Sunday. Are you sure? This girl, woman I should say, is about 27, 5'5", weight around 120, dark hair, blue eyes. She drives a 1953 Plymouth sedan, a blue Tudor with a stove-in front fender on the right side." "No, I don't think I can help you." "Doesn't the description fit anyone who's been here during the past week? It's quite likely she would have registered under another name. Perhaps if you'd let me look at your register for a minute." Norman put his hand on the ledger and shook his head. "Sorry, mister. I couldn't let you do that." "Maybe this will help you change your mind." The man reached into his inside coat pocket, and for a minute Norman wondered if he was going to offer him some money. The wallet came out, but the man didn't remove any bills. Instead, he flipped it open and laid it on the counter, so Norman could read the card. "Milton Arbogast," the man said, "investigator for Parity Mutual." "You're a detective?" The man nodded. "I'm here on business, Mr. Norman Bates." "Mr. Bates, my company wants me to locate this girl, and I'd appreciate your cooperation." Norman hesitated, his hand still covering the ledger. "What's this all about? What did this girl do?" "Stolen car," Mr. Arbogast told him. "Oh." Norman was a little more relieved. For a moment he'd been afraid it was something serious, that the girl was missing or wanted for some major offense. "All right," he said, "help yourself. I just wanted to make sure you had a legitimate reason." He removed his hand. "It's legitimate, all right." But Mr. Arbogast didn't reach for the register right away. First he took an envelope out of his pocket and laid it down on the counter. Then he grabbed a ledger, turned it around, and thumbed down the list of signatures. Norman watched his blunt thumb move, saw it stop suddenly and decisively. "I thought you said something about not having any customers last Saturday or Sunday." "Well, I don't recall anyone." "How about this one? This Jane Wilson from San Antonio? She signed in on Saturday night." Oh, yeah. Come to think of it, you're right." The pounding had started up in Norman's chest again, and he knew he'd made a mistake when he pretended not to recognize the description, but it was too late now. "It's the girl, all right. This handwriting is identical." "It is? Are you sure?" Sure enough that I'm going to get a photostat made, even if it takes a court order. And that isn't all I can do if you won't start talking and tell me the truth. Why did you lie about not seeing this girl? I didn't lie, I just forgot. You said you had a good memory. Well, yes, generally. I do, only... Prove it. Mr. Arbogast lit a cigarette. In case you don't know, car theft is a federal offense. You wouldn't want to be involved as an accessory, would you? Involved? How could I be involved? A girl drives in here, she takes a room, spends the night, and drives away again? How can I possibly be involved? By withholding information. Mr. Arbogast inhaled deeply. Come on now, let's have it. She came alone, she took a room, she left the next morning. She's probably 1,000 miles away by now. Probably, Mr. Arbogast smiled, but let's just take it a little slower, shall we? Maybe you can remember something. She left alone, is that it? About what time would you say? I don't know. I was asleep up at the house Sunday morning. Then you don't actually know she was alone when she left? Well, I can't prove it if that's what you mean. How about during the evening? Did she have any visitors? No? You're positive? Quite positive? Did anyone else happen to see her that night? She was the only customer. And you were on duty alone? That's right. She stayed in her room? Yes. All evening? Didn't even make a phone call? Of course not. So you're the only one who knew she was here at all? I've already told you that. What about the old lady? Did she see her? What old lady? The one up at the house in back of here. I noticed her staring out of the window when I drove in. Who's she? That's my mother. He had to admit it. There was no way out. No way out. He could explain. She's pretty feeble, but she never comes down here anymore. Then she didn't see the girl. No, she's sick. She stayed in her room when we ate supper. Mr. Arbogast wasn't casual anymore. You had supper with Mary Crane up at your house? Just coffee and sandwiches. I thought I told you. It wasn't anything. You see, she asked where she could eat, and I said Fairvale, and that's almost 20 miles away. And it was raining, so I took her up to the house with me. That's all there was to it. What did you talk about? We didn't talk about anything. I told you Mother's sick, and I didn't want to disturb her. I've told you all you wanted to know. Now get out of here. All right, Mr. Arbogast pulled down the brim of his Stetson. I'll be on my way, but first I'd like to have a word with your mother. Maybe she might have noticed something that you've forgotten. I tell you, she didn't even see the girl. Norman came around the counter. Besides, you can't talk to her. She's very ill. I forbid you to see her. Well, in that case, I'll come back with a search warrant. Mr. Arbogast lit another cigarette and threw the match into the ashtray. I'm afraid you don't understand, he said almost gently. It isn't really the car at all. You might as well have the whole story. This girl, Mary Crane, stole $40,000 in cash from a real estate firm in Fort Worth. $40,000? That's right. Skip town with the money. You can see it's serious business, and that's why everything I can find out is important. And that's why I'm going to insist on talking to your mother, with or without your permission. But I've already told you she doesn't know anything, and she's not well. She's not well at all. I promise I won't say anything to upset her. All right, Norman said. You can talk to her, but let me go up to the house first and tell her you're coming. I don't want you busting in without any explanation and getting her all excited. He moved toward the door. You wait here in case anyone drives in. Okay, Arbogast nodded, and Norman hurried out. It wasn't much of a climb up the hill, but he thought he'd never make it. Reaching the house, he unlocked the front door and climbed the stairs and went back into her room, intending to speak to her very calmly. But when he saw her just sitting there by the window, he couldn't hold it back. He began to shake, and the sobs came tearing out of his chest, the terrible sobs. And he put his head down against her skirt, and he told her. All right, Mother said. She didn't seem surprised at all. We'll take care of this. Just leave everything to me. Mother, if you just talked to him for a minute, told him you don't know anything, he'd go away then. But he'd come back. $40,000, that's a lot of money. Why didn't you tell me about it? I didn't know. I swear it, I didn't know. I believe you. Only he won't. Mother, he closed his eyes. He couldn't look at her. What are you going to do? I'm going to get dressed. We want to be all ready for your visitor, don't we? I'll just take some things into the bathroom. Now, you can go back and tell Mr. Arbogast to come up now. No, I can't. I won't bring him up here. Not if you're going to... And he couldn't. He couldn't move at all now. He wanted to faint. But even that wouldn't stop what was going to happen. In just a few minutes, Mr. Arbogast would get tired of waiting. He'd walk up to the house alone. He'd knock on the door. He'd open it and come in. And when he did, "Mother, please listen to me." But she didn't listen. She was in the bathroom. She was getting dressed. She was putting on makeup. She was getting ready. And all at once she came gliding out, wearing the nice dress with the ruffles. Her face was freshly powdered and rouged. She was pretty as a picture, and she smiled as she started down the stairs. Before she was halfway down, the knocking came. It was happening. Mr. Arbogast was here. He wanted to call out and warn him, but something stuck in his throat. He could only listen as Mother cried gaily, I'm coming, just a moment now." And it was just a moment. Mother opened the door, and Mr. Arbogast walked in. He looked at her, and then he opened his mouth to say something. And as he did so, he raised his head, and that was all that Mother had been waiting for. Her arm went out, and something bright and glittering flashed back and forth. It hurt Norman's eyes, and he didn't want to look. He didn't have to look either, because he already knew. Mother had found his razor. Norman smiled at the elderly man and said, "Here's your key. That'll be $10 for the two of you, please." The elderly man's wife opened her purse. "I've got the money here, Homer." She placed a bill on the counter, nodding at Norman. Then she stopped nodding, and her eyes narrowed. "What's the matter? Don't you feel good?" I'm just a little tired, I guess. Be all right. Gonna close up now." "So early?" "I thought motels stayed open until all hours, particularly on Saturday nights." "Oh, we don't get much business here. Besides, it's almost 10. "Almost 10. Nearly 4 hours. Oh, my God." "I see. Well, good night to you." "Good night." They were going out now, and he could step away from the counter. He could switch off the sign and close the office. But first, he was going to take a drink, a big drink, because he needed one. And it didn't matter whether he drank or not. Nothing mattered now. It was all over, or just beginning. Norman had already taken several drinks. He took one as soon as he returned to the motel around 6, and he'd taken one every hour since then. If he hadn't, he would never have been able to last. Never been able to stand here, knowing what was lying up there at the house underneath the hall rug. Now, of course, he'd have to go back. He'd given Mother strict orders not to touch anything, and he knew she'd obey. Funny, once it had happened, how she collapsed again. He told her to go back to her room and not to show herself at the window, just lie down until he got there, and he had locked the door. But he'd have to unlock it now. Norman closed the office and went outside. There was the Buick, Mr. Arbogast's Buick, still parked just where he had left it. Norman stepped into the car and took out the keys he'd found in Mr. Arbogast's pocket, and he drove up to the house very slowly. All the lights were out. Mother was asleep in her room, or maybe she was only pretending to be asleep. Norman didn't care. Just so she stayed out of his way until he took care of this. He didn't want Mother around to make him feel like a little boy. It took a grown man just to bundle the rug together and lift what was in it. He got it down the steps and into the back seat of the car. When he got through the field and down to the swamp, he drove along the edge away until he came to an open space. Wouldn't do to try and sink the car in the same place he'd put the other one. But this new spot was satisfactory, and he used the same method. It was really very easy in a way. Practice makes perfect. It was worse than the other time. You'd think because the Buick was a heavier car that it would sink faster, but it took 1,000,000 years until the last plop. There, it was gone forever. Norman walked back through the fields slowly. Tomorrow he'd have to return with his car and the trailer, do it all over again. But that wasn't half as important as attending to another matter. Again, it was just a matter of watching out for Mother. He'd thought it all through, and the facts just had to be faced. Somebody was going to come here and inquire about that detective. It just stood to reason, that's all. The company, something or other mutual, that employed him wasn't going to let him disappear without an investigation. So, sooner or later, there'd be questions to answer. It might be several days, or even a week, the way it had been with that girl, but he knew what was coming, and this time he was going to be prepared. He had it all figured out. Just a simple little statement of fact. No special details, nothing elaborate to arouse anyone's suspicions. A fugitive girl had passed this way and gone on. A week later, a detective followed her trail, asked for and received information, then departed. "Sorry, mister, that's all I know about it." Norman knew he could tell it that way, tell it calmly and easily this time, because he wouldn't have to worry about Mother. She wasn't going to be looking out of the window. In fact, she wasn't going to be in the house at all. Even if they came with one of those search warrants, they weren't going to find Mother. That would be the best protection of all, protection for her, even more than for him. He'd made up his mind on it, and he was going to see that it worked out. There was no sense even waiting until tomorrow. He went back to the house and marched upstairs in the dark, and went straight to her room. He switched on the light. She was in bed, of course, but not asleep. She hadn't been sleeping at all, just playing possum. "Norman, where on earth have you been? I was so worried." "You know where I've been, Mother. Don't pretend." "Is everything all right?" "Certainly." He took a deep breath. "Mother, I'm going to ask you to give up sleeping in your room for the next week or so." "Are you out of your mind? This is my room." "I know, and I'm not asking you to give it up permanently, only for a little while. It's for your own protection. I can't afford to let anyone see you like that detective did today. I don't want anyone to start asking you questions. You know why as well as I do. It's just impossible. So the safest thing for both of us is to make sure you're just not around." "What are you going to do? Bury me in the swamp?" "Mother," she started to laugh. It was more like a cackle, and he knew that once she really got started, she wouldn't stop. The only way to stop her was to outshout her. A week ago, Norman would never have dared, but this wasn't a week ago. It was now, and things were different. "Shut up!" he said, and the cackling ceased. "I'm sorry," he said softly, "but you must listen to me. I've got it all figured out. I'm going to take you down into the fruit cellar." "The fruit cellar? Why, I can't." "You can, and you will." "I won't." "I'm not asking you, Mother. I'm telling you. You're going to stay in the fruit cellar until I think it's safe for you to come upstairs again. And I'll hang that old Indian blanket on the wall so that it covers up the door. Norman, I refuse to even discuss it any further with you. I'm not going to budge from this room. Then I'll have to carry you. Norman, you wouldn't dare." But he did. Finally, that's just what he did. He picked her up right off the bed and carried her. She was too astonished to put up a fight, just whimpered a little. When they reached the cellar, he bustled around, bringing blankets, arranging the curtains on the small window so that there'd be sufficient ventilation. She began whimpering again, not so much whimpering as muttering under her breath. "It's like a prison cell, that's what it is. You're trying to make a prisoner out of me. You don't love me anymore." "If I didn't love you, you know where you'd be today?" He didn't want to say it, but he had to. "The State Hospital for the Criminal Insane. That's where you'd be." "Yes, Norman, I suppose you're right. That's where I'd probably be, but I wouldn't be there alone." Norman slammed the door, locked it. Sam and Lyla sat in the back room of the store waiting for Arbogast to arrive. All they heard were the sounds of Saturday night. "Sam, why doesn't he get here? It's almost 9. "You must be hungry." "It isn't that. Why doesn't he come?" "Maybe he's tied up. Maybe he found out something important." "He could at least call. He knows how worried we are." "Just be patient a little longer." "I'm sick of waiting." Lyla stood up, pushed back her chair. She grasped her purse and pushed past him. "Where are you going?" Sam asked. to see that sheriff of yours right now." Sam took her arm. "Sit down," he said. "I'll phone the sheriff." She made no attempt to follow him as he walked out into the store. He went over to the rear counter, stood next to the cash register, and picked up the receiver. 162, please. Hello, Sheriff's office? This is Sam Loomis over at the hardware store. I'd like to speak to Sheriff Chambers. He's what? No, I hadn't heard anything about it. Where did you say? Fulton? Well, when do you suppose he'll be back? I see. No, nothing wrong. I just wanted to talk to him. Look, if he gets in any time before midnight, would you ask him to call me here at the store? Sam hung up and walked back into the rear room. What did he say? He wasn't there. Sam reported the conversation, watching her face as he spoke. Seems somebody robbed the bank over at Fulton around supper time this evening. So what are you going to do now? Why, wait, of course. Chances are we won't be able to talk to the sheriff until tomorrow morning. But don't you even care what happens to... Well, of course I care. He cut in on her sharply, deliberately. Would it ease your mind any if I called the motel and found out what's holding Arbogast up? She nodded. Again he went back into the store. This time she accompanied him and stood waiting until he asked the operator for information. She finally located the name, Norman Bates, and found the number. Sam waited while she put the call through. Funny, he said, hanging up. Nobody answers. Then I'm going out there. No, you're not. He put his hand on her shoulder. I'm going out. You wait right here in case Arbogast comes in. Sam, what do you think happened? I'll tell you when I get back. Now, you just relax. It shouldn't take me any more than 3/4 of an hour. And it didn't because Sam drove fast. In exactly 42 minutes, he unlocked the front door, came into the store again. Lyla was waiting for him. Well, she asked. Funny, the place was closed up. No lights in the office, no lights in the house behind the motel. I went up there and banged on the door for 5 minutes straight, and nothing happened. What about Mr. Arbogast? His car wasn't there. Sam, I can't take much more of this. I've got to know. You've got to eat, too. He displayed a bulging paper bag. By the time they'd finished eating, it was after 11. Look, Sam said, why don't you go back to the hotel and get some rest? If anyone calls or comes in, I'll phone you. No sense in both of us sitting around like this. But, now come on, worrying isn't going to help. Chances are I figured it right. Arbogast has located Mary, and we'll get the news by morning. Good news. But there was no good news on Sunday morning. By 9 o'clock, Lyla was rattling the front door of the hardware store. Hear anything, she asked, and when Sam shook his head, she frowned. Well, I found out something. Arbogast checked out over at the hotel yesterday morning, even before he started to look around. Sam didn't say anything. He picked up his hat and walked out of the store with her. The courthouse itself was closed, but the sheriff's office was over in the annex. Old Peterson was doing duty at the outer desk all alone. Morning, Sam. Good morning, Mr. Peterson. Sheriff around? Nope. Where is he? Well, he got in pretty late last night, early this morning, I should say. Did you give him my message? The old man hesitated. Oh, I guess I forgot all this excitement around here. He wiped his mouth. Of course, I intended to today when he comes in. What time will that be? Right after lunch, I guess. Sunday mornings he's over to church. What church? First Baptist? Thanks. You wouldn't go pulling him out of... Sam turned away without answering. Lila's high heels clattered hollowly behind him in the hall. But it turned out that they didn't have to interrupt Sheriff Chambers at his devotions. As they turned down the side street, it was apparent that the services had just ended. People were beginning to emerge from the steepled structure. There he is, Sam muttered. Come on. He led her over to a couple who stood near the curbing. Hold on a minute, Sheriff, said Sam. I'd like to talk to you. Sam Loomis, how are you? Sheriff Chambers held out a large red hand. Ma, you know Sam here. I'd like you to meet Lyla Crane. Miss Crane is visiting here from Fort Worth. Pleased to meet you. Say, you aren't the one old Sam keeps talking about, are you? Never let on you were so pretty. It's my sister that you're thinking of," Lyla told him. "That's why we're here to see you." "Well, I wonder if we could go over to your office for a minute," Sam broke in. "Then we can explain the situation." "Sure, why not?" Judge Chambers turned to his wife. "Ma, why don't you take the car and go along home? I'll be over in a little while, as soon as I'm finished with these folks." But it wasn't a little while. Once settled in Sheriff Chambers' office, Sam told his story. Even without interruptions, that took a good 20 minutes, and the sheriff interrupted frequently. "Now, let me get this straight here," he said at the conclusion. "This fella who came to you, this Arbogast, why didn't he check with me?" "No, I already explained that. He was hoping to avoid going to the authorities." "You say he showed you his credentials?" "Yes," Lyla nodded. "He was a licensed investigator for the insurance firm, and he managed to trace my sister all the way up here to that motel. And that's why we're so worried now, because he never came back, the way he said he would." "But he wasn't at the motel when you drove out there?" The question was addressed to Sam, and he answered it. "There was nobody there at all, Sheriff." That's funny. Damn funny. I know this fellow Bates who runs it. He's always there, scarcely even leaves for an hour to come into town. You tried calling him this morning?" "Well, why don't you let me do that now? Probably turn out he was sound asleep when you got there last night." The big red hand picked up the phone. "Don't tell him anything about the money," Sam said. "Just ask for Arbogast and see what he has to say." Sheriff Chambers nodded. "Leave it to me," he murmured. "I know how to handle this." He put through the call, and they waited. "Hello. Bates. That you? This is Sheriff Chambers." "That's right. I'm looking for a little information. Party here in town is trying to locate a fellow named Arbogast, Milton Arbogast from Fort Worth. He's a special investigator or something with a firm called Parity Mutual." "He what?" "Oh, he did. When was that?" "I see. What did he have to say?" "No, it's all right. It's all right. You can tell me. I already know about it." "Yeah. What's that again?" "Yeah. Yeah. And then he left, eh? Did he say where he was going?" Oh, you think so? Sure. No, that's all. No, there's no trouble. Thanks for the information, Bates." He hung up and swiveled around to face him. "Looks like your man headed for Chicago," he said. "Chicago?" Sheriff Chambers nodded. "Sure, that's where the girl said she was going, and your friend Arbogast sounds like a pretty smooth operator to me." "What do you mean? What did this man Bates tell you just now?" Lyla leaned forward. "The same thing Arbogast told you yesterday evening when he called in from there. According to Bates, Arbogast was certain this was the girl. Even checked her handwriting. Her description, the car, everything fitted. Not only that, once he heard about Chicago, Bates said he took off from there like a bat out of hell." "But that's ridiculous. She has a weak start. If she was going there at all, that is, and he'd never find her in Chicago." "Maybe he knew where to look. Maybe he didn't even tell you two all he'd found out about your sister and her plans." "What else could he know that we don't?" "Never can tell about these smart operators." "Are you trying to say that Mr. Arbogast was a crook?" "All I'm saying is that 40,000 in cash is a lot of money, and if Arbogast didn't show up here again, it means he had something figured out." "Now, wait a minute, Sheriff," Sam said. "You're jumping to conclusions. You got nothing to go by except what this man Bates said over the phone just now. Couldn't he be lying?" "Why should he? He told a straight story. Said the girl had been there. Said Arbogast was there." "Where was he last night when I came, then?" "Fast asleep in bed, just like I thought." "Why shouldn't I believe him? Particularly when I know your friend Arbogast was lying." "Lying about what?" "Why, when he said he was going up to see Norman Bates' mother." "Norman Bates has no mother." "He hasn't?" "Not for the last 20 years, he hasn't. She's dead." Sheriff Chambers nodded. "Quite a scandal around these parts. Surprised you don't remember it, but you were only a kid then. She built this motel with a fellow named Considine, Joe Considine. She was a widow, understand, and the talk was that she and Considine were—" Sheriff stared at Lyla, then broke off with an aimless wave of the hand. "Anyway, they never did get married. Something must have gone wrong. One night they both took strychnine together." Regular poison packed, you might say. Her son, this Norman Bates, he found them both. Guess it was pretty much of a shock. Way I remember it, he was laid up in hospital for a couple of months after. Didn't even go to the funeral. But I went. That's how I'm sure his mother is dead. Hell, I was one of the pallbearers. Sam and Lyla had dinner over at the hotel. It was not an enjoyable meal for either of them. I still can't believe Mr. Arbogast would go off without a word to us, Lyla said, putting down her coffee cup. And I can't believe Mary would go to Chicago either. Well, Sheriff Chambers believes it, Sam sighed. And you got to admit Arbogast lied to me about seeing Bates' mother. Yes, I know. It doesn't make sense. Sam set his dessert spoon down next to the sherbet cup. I'm beginning to wonder how much any of us really knows about Mary, he said. I'm engaged to her. You live with her. Neither of us could believe she'd take that money, and yet there's no other answer. She did take it. Yes. Lila's voice was low. I believe that now. She took that money. But she wouldn't do it for herself. Maybe she thought she could help you. Maybe she wanted to bring it to help you pay off your debts. Then why didn't she come to me? I wouldn't have accepted anything from her, even if I didn't know the money was stolen. But if she believed I might, then why didn't she come? She did. At least she got as far as that motel. Why doesn't the sheriff at least go out there and take a look around for himself instead of just talking to him on the phone? Well, I don't blame Sheriff Chambers for refusing, Sam told her. There's nothing to make anyone suspect Bates. He's known him all his life. Yes, and I've known Mary all my life, but there were some things about her I didn't suspect either. He admitted this man was a little peculiar. Oh, he didn't go that far. He said he was a sort of recluse. His mother, Lyla frowned. That's the one thing I can't get through my head. If Arbogast wanted to lie, why should he lie about a thing like that? In fact, if he was planning to run off, then why did he bother to call up at all? She hesitated and looked at Sam. I'm beginning to get an idea. What's up? Sam, just what did Arbogast say there at the last when he called you? About seeing Bates' mother? Well, he said that he'd noticed her sitting at the bedroom window when he drove in. Maybe he wasn't lying. But he had to be. Mrs. Bates is dead, you heard what the sheriff said. Maybe it was Bates who lied. Perhaps Arbogast merely assumed that the woman was Bates' mother, and when he spoke of it, Bates said yes. He said she was sick and nobody could see her, but Arbogast insisted. Isn't that what he told you? Well, that's right, but I still don't see... No, you don't, but Arbogast did. The point is, he saw somebody sitting in the window when he drove in, and maybe that somebody was Mary. Lyla, you don't think that... I don't know what to think, but why not? The trail ends there at the motel. 2 people are missing. Isn't that enough? Isn't that enough for me, as Mary's sister, to go to the sheriff and insist that he make a thorough investigation? Come on, said Sam. Let's get going. They found Sheriff Chambers at his house finishing dinner. He chewed on a toothpick while he listened to Lila's story. I don't know, he said. You'd have to be the one to sign the complaint. I'll sign anything you want just so you go out there and look around. All right. Let's go over to the office and I'll let you sign. But if you ask me, it's a waste of time. Norman Bates is no murderer. The word emerged just like any other word and died away. Sam heard it, and Lyla heard it. It stayed with them as they drove over to the courthouse annex with Sheriff Chambers. It stayed with them after the sheriff drove away, out to the motel. He'd refused to take either of them along, told them to wait. It was late afternoon when he returned. He came in alone, giving them a look in which disgust and relief were equally compounded. Just what I told you, he said. False alarm. What did you... Hold your horses, young lady. Give me a chance to sit down. I'll tell you all about it. Went straight out there and didn't run into any trouble at all. Bates, he was down in the woods behind the house getting himself some kindling. I never even had to show the warrant. He was as nice as pie. Told me to go look around for myself. Even gave me the keys to the motel. And did you look? Of course I did. I went into every unit of the motel. and I covered that house of his from top to bottom. Didn't find a soul, didn't find anything, because there's nobody there. Nobody's been there except Bates. He's lived alone all these years." "Did you ask him about what Arbogast told me?" Sam murmured. "About seeing his mother when he drove in and all that?" Sure, right away. He says it's a lie. Arbogast never even mentioned seeing anyone. I talked kind of rough to him at first on purpose just to see if there was something he was holding back on, but his story makes sense. I asked him about this Chicago business again, too, and I still think that's the real answer." "I can't believe it," Lyla said. "Why would Mr. Arbogast make up that unnecessary excuse about seeing Bates' mother?" "You'll have to ask him the next time you see him," Sheriff Chambers told her. "Anyway, I've done all I can." "What would you advise me to do now?" "Why, check this fellow Arbogast's home office, see if they know anything." "I guess you're right." Lyla stood up. "Well, thank you for all your trouble. I'm sorry to be such a bother." "That's what I'm here for. Right, Sam?" "Right," Sam answered. He turned to Lyla. "Shall we go now?" "You look into this Chicago business," the big man called after them. "So long now." Then they were out on the sidewalk. "Want to come back to my place?" Sam suggested. The girl shook her head. "The hotel?" "No." "Where would you like to go then?" "I don't know about you," Lyla said, "but I'm going out to that motel." Norman knew they were coming, even before he saw them driving in. He'd known it ever since last night when he lay in bed and listened to the stranger pound on the door. He'd known then that this wouldn't be the end of it, and it wasn't. This afternoon, when he was down at the swamp again cleaning up, Sheriff Chambers had driven in. It gave Norman quite a start. Seeing the sheriff again after all these years, seeing him now was like having the same nightmare all over. But people do have the same nightmare again and again, and the important thing to remember was that Norman had fooled the sheriff the first time when everything had been much harder. This time should be even easier if he remembered to be calm. It should be, and it was. He answered all the questions. He gave the sheriff the keys. He let him search the house alone. Sheriff wasn't even looking for Mother. He thought she was dead and buried. How he'd fooled him the first time. Yes, and he fooled him just as easily again, because the sheriff came back and he hadn't noticed a thing. He asked Norman some more questions about the girl and Arbogast and going to Chicago. Norman was tempted to invent a little more, but on second thought he realized it wouldn't be wise. It was better to just stick to what he'd already made up. The sheriff believed that. He almost apologized before he went away, so that part was settled. But Norman knew there'd be more. Sheriff Chambers hadn't come out here just on his own initiative. It meant somebody else knew about Arbogast and the girl. They got Sheriff Chambers to call, and the next step would be to come out themselves. It was inevitable. Inevitable. If they came here again, he'd have to face them. But meanwhile, he had to do something about the way his heart pounded. He sat there in the office all alone. It was beginning to cloud up again, and if the storm came, he needn't expect any business this evening, so one drink wouldn't hurt. Not if it made his heart calm down again. Norman found the bottle in the cubbyhole under the counter. The first drink didn't really help, but the second one did the trick. He was quite relaxed now. He could even take a third one if he wanted to, and then he wanted to very much because he saw the car drive up. It had nothing to distinguish it from any other car, no out-of-state license or anything like that, but Norman knew right away that they were here. The man was ordinary-looking, and for a moment Norman wondered if he hadn't made a mistake. But then he saw the girl. He saw the girl, and he tilted the bottle up, tilted it up to take a hasty swallow and to hide her face at the same time, because it was the girl. She'd come back out of the swamp. No, she couldn't. That wasn't the answer. It couldn't be. Look at her again. Now, in the light. Her hair wasn't the same color at all, really. It was brownish blonde, and she wasn't as heavy. But she looked enough like the girl to be her sister. Yes, of course, that must be who she was, and it explained everything. This Jane Wilson, or whatever her real name was, had to run away with that money. The detective came after her, and now her sister. That was the answer. Ooh, the liquor had helped. It helped him to stand patiently behind the counter while he waited for them to come in. When the man came up to the counter, Norman braced himself for the first question, then blinked again when the man didn't ask it. Instead, he was saying, could we have a room, please? Yes. Would you like to see it first? No, that's not necessary. We're anxious to get into some clean clothes. It was a lie. Their clothing was fresh. But Norman smiled. All right. It's $10 double, if you'll just sign here and pay me now. He pushed the register forward. The man hesitated for a moment, then scribbled. Norman had had long practice when it came to reading names upside down. Mr. and Mrs. Sam Wright, Independence, Missouri. The girl was staring at the register now, not at the name the man had written, but at another one up on top of the page, her sister's name, Jane Wilson, or whatever it was. She didn't think he noticed when she squeezed the man's arm, but he did. I'll give you number 1, Norman said. Where's that? The girl asked. Down at the end. How about number 6? Number 6, Norman remembered now. He'd written it down, as he always did after each signature. Number 6 had been the room he'd given the sister, of course. She'd noticed. Number 6 is up at this end, he said, but you wouldn't want that. The fan's broken. Oh, we won't need a fan. Storm's coming up. It'll cool off in a hurry. Liar. Besides, 6 is our lucky number. We were married on the 6th of this month. Dirty, filthy liar. Norman shrugged. All right, he said. And it was all right. Now that he thought it over, it was even better than all right, because if that's the way the liars were going to play it, if they weren't going to come out with any questions but just sneak around, then number 6 was ideal. He didn't have to worry about them finding anything in there, and he could keep an eye on them. Yes, he could keep an eye on them. Perfect. So he took the key and he escorted them next door to number 6. He opened the door and they stepped in. Oh, will there be anything else? He asked. No, we're all right now, thank you. Norman closed the door. He went back to the office and he took another drink. Then he tilted the license in its frame and stared through the crack into the bathroom of number 6. They weren't occupying it, of course. They were in the bedroom beyond. But he could hear them moving around, and once in a while he caught muffled phrases of their conversation. The two of them were searching for something. What it was he couldn't imagine. Judging from what he'd overheard, they weren't even sure themselves. It would help if we knew what we were looking for, the man's voice. And then the girls. If anything happened, there'd be something he overlooked, I'm sure of it. Crime laboratories you read about, always little clues. Man's voice again. But we're not detectives, I still think. Better talk to him. Come right out. Frighten him into admitting. Norman smiled. They weren't going to frighten him into anything, any more than they were going to find anything. Her voice coming closer now. Understand? If we could only find something to go on, then we'd be able to scare him so that he'd talk. She was walking into the bathroom now, and he was following her. With any kind of evidence at all, we could make the sheriff come out. The state police do that kind of laboratory work, don't they? The man was standing in the doorway of the bathroom, watching her as she examined the sink. Look how clean everything is. I tell you, we'd better talk to him. It's our only chance. She had stepped out of Norman's field of vision. She was looking into the shower stall now. He could hear the curtain swishing back. Not a sign. Norman wanted to laugh out loud. Of course it wasn't a sign. He waited for her to step out of the shower stall, but she didn't reappear. Instead, he heard a sudden, thumping noise. What are you doing? It was the man who asked the question, but Norman echoed it. What was she doing? Just reaching around back in here behind the stall. You never know. Sam! Look! I found something. She was standing in front of the mirror again, holding something in her hand. What was it? What had that little bitch found? Sam, it's an earring. One of Mary's earrings. Are you sure? No, it couldn't be the other earring. It couldn't be. Of course it's one of hers. I ought to know. I gave them to her myself for her birthday last year. She must have knocked it off when she was taking her shower, and it fell over in the back of the stall. Unless something else Sam? What's the matter? I'm afraid something did happen, Lyla. Did you see this? Looks to me like dried blood. Oh, no. Yes, Lyla. You were right. The bitch. They were all bitches. Listen to her now. Sam, we've got to get into that house. We've got to. Now, that's a job for the sheriff, but he won't do anything. I know he won't. We'd have to have something that would really convince him, something from the house. I know we could find something there. No, too dangerous. Then let's find Bates, show this to him. Maybe we can make him talk. Yes, and maybe we can't. If he is involved, do you think he's just going to break down and confess? The smartest thing to do is go after the sheriff right now. What if Bates is suspicious? If he sees us leave, he might run away. He doesn't suspect us, Lyla, but if you're worried, we could just put through a call. The phone is in the office. He'd hear us. Lyla paused for a moment. Listen, Sam. Let me go after the sheriff. You stay here and talk to Bates. Tell him I'm running in town to go to the drugstore. Tell him anything, just so he doesn't get alarmed and stays put. Then we can be sure of things. Well, give me the earring, Sam. The voices faded because they were going back into the other room. The voices faded, but the words remained. The man was staying here while she went and got the sheriff. That was the way it was going to be. Yes, and if that little bitch showed the sheriff the bloody earring, he'd come back and look for Mother. Even if he didn't find her in the cellar, he might get an idea. He might do the one thing Norman had always been afraid he'd do. He might find out what really happened the night Uncle Joe Considine died. There were more sounds coming from next door. Norman adjusted the license frame hastily. He could hear the door slam. They were coming out of number 6. She was going to the car, and he was walking in here. He turned to face the man, wondering what he was going to say. But even more, he was wondering what the sheriff would do. The sheriff could go up to Fairvale Cemetery and open Mother's grave, and when he opened it, when he saw the empty coffin, then he'd know the real secret. He'd know that Mother was alive. There was a pounding in Norman's chest, a pounding that was drowned out by the first rumble of thunder as the man opened the door and came in. For a moment Sam hoped that the sudden thunder would muffle the sound of the car starting in the driveway. Then he noticed that Bates was standing at the end of the counter. From that position he could see the entire driveway and a quarter of a mile up the road, so there was no point, no sense trying to ignore Lila's departure. "Mind if I come in for a few minutes?" Sam asked. "Wife's taking a little ride into town. She's fresh out of cigarettes." "Too bad she has to go all that way. Looks as if it's going to be raining pretty hard in a few minutes," Bates answered. "Get much rain around here?" Sam sat down on the arm of a battered sofa. "Quite a bit," Bates nodded vaguely. "We get all kinds of things around here." What did he mean by that remark? Suddenly Sam caught the telltale whiff of alcohol, and at the same moment he noticed the bottle standing at the edge of the counter. Bates was a little bit drunk. "Care for a drink?" he was asking. "Just about to pour a little one for myself when you came in." Sam hesitated. "Well, find your glass. There's one under here someplace." He went behind the counter, emerging holding a shot glass. He filled the shot glass, pushed it forward on the counter. Sam rose and walked over to it. It was getting quite dark, but Bates made no movement to switch on any lights. "Go ahead, take your drink and sit down," Bates said. "Don't worry about me. I like to stand here." Sam returned to the sofa. He glanced at his watch. Lyla had been gone about 8 minutes now. Even in this rain she'd get to Fairvale in less than 20. then 10 minutes to find the sheriff, or say 15, just to be on the safe side, 20 minutes more to return. Still, it would be better than 3/4 of an hour. That was a long time to stall. What could he talk about? "Must get pretty lonesome out here sometimes," Sam said. "That's right." Bottle thumped down on the counter. "Pretty lonesome. But interesting, too, in a way, I suppose. I bet you get to see all kinds of people in a spot like this." "They come and go." Bates moved around the counter, carrying the bottle. "Here, let me fill up your glass." I really shouldn't." "Won't hurt you. I'm not going to tell your wife." Bates chuckled. "Besides, I don't like to drink alone." He poured, then retreated behind the counter. Looking at this man, listening to him, Sam was beginning to feel slightly ashamed. He's so damned ordinary. It was hard to imagine him being mixed up in something like this. Sam remembered that he was supposed to be talking. It wouldn't do to just sit here. "You were right," he murmured. "It's raining pretty hard." "I like the sound of rain," Bates said. "I like the way it comes down hard. It's exciting." "Never thought of it that way. Guess you can use a little excitement around here." "I don't know. We get our share." "We? I thought you said you live alone here." "I said I operate the motel alone, but it belongs to both of us, my mother and me." Sam almost choked on the whiskey. He lowered the glass, clenching it tightly in his fist. "I didn't know." "Course not. How could you?" "Nobody does. That's because she always stays in the house. She has to stay there. You see, most people think she's dead." The voice was calm. Sam couldn't see Bates' face in the dimness now, but he knew it was calm, too. "Actually, there is excitement around here after all, like there was 20 years ago when Mother and Uncle Joe Considine drank the poison. I called the sheriff, and he came out and found them. Mother left a note explaining everything. They had an inquest, but I didn't go to it. I was sick, very sick. They took me to the hospital. I was in the hospital a long time. Almost too long to do any good when I got out. But I managed." "Here," Bates said, "let me pour you another." "Not yet. I insist." He was coming around the counter now, and his shadowy bulk loomed over Sam. He reached for Sam's glass. Sam drew back. "First, tell me the rest," he said quickly. Bates halted. "Oh, yes, I brought Mother back home with me. That was the exciting part, you see, going out to the cemetery at night and digging up the grave. She'd been shut up in that coffin for such a long time that at first I thought she was really dead. But she wasn't, of course. It was only a trance state. Really, that's what we call suspended animation. I knew how to revive her. There are ways, you know, even if some people call it magic." "Magic? It's just a label, you know." Yes, it's very interesting. I thought you might be interested, you and the young lady. She isn't really your wife, is she?" "Why, you see, I know more than you think I know, and more than you know yourself." "Mr. Bates, are you quite sure that you're all right? I mean—" "I know what you mean. You think I'm drunk, don't you? But I wasn't drunk when you came here. I wasn't drunk when you found that earring and told the young lady to go to the sheriff. Sit still now. Don't be alarmed. I'm not alarmed, am I? And I would be if anything was wrong. But nothing is wrong. You don't think I'd tell you all this if there was anything wrong, do you?" The fat man paused. "No, I waited until you came in. I waited until I saw her drive up the road. I waited until I saw her stop." "Stop?" Sam tried to find the face in the darkness, but all he could hear was the voice. "Yes, you didn't know that she stopped the car, did you?" She wanted to take a look at the house, and that's what she did do. That's where she is now. Let me out of here." "Of course, I'm not hindering you." Sam rose swiftly, and then the blurred bulk fell back. "You don't want another drink, then?" Bates' voice sounded petulantly over his shoulder. "Very well, have it your own way." The end of his sentence was lost in the thunder, and the thunder was lost in the darkness, as Sam felt the bottle explode against the roof of his skull. Then voice, thunder, explosion, and Sam himself all disappeared into the night. And it was still night, but somebody was shaking him, and shaking him out of the night and into this room where the light burned, hurting his eyes and making him blink. But Sam could feel now, and somebody's arms were around him, lifting him up, so that at first he felt as if his head would drop off. Then it was only throbbing, and he could open his eyes and look at Sheriff Chambers. Sam was sitting on the floor next to the sofa, and Chambers was gazing down at him. Sam opened his mouth. "Thank God. He was lying about Lyla then. She did get you. The sheriff didn't seem to be listening. Got a call from the Fairvale Hotel about a half-hour ago. They were trying to locate your friend Arbogast. Seemed he checked out, but he never took his bags with him. Got to thinking it over, and then I tried to find you. Had a hunch you might come out here on your own. Lucky I followed through." "Then Lyla didn't notify you?" Sam tried to stand up, his head splitting. "Take it easy there." Chambers pushed him back. "No, I haven't seen her at all. Wait." But this time Sam managed to make it. He stood on his feet, swaying. "What happened here?" the sheriff muttered. "Where's Bates?" "He must have gone up to the house after he slugged me," Sam told him. "They're up there now, he and his mother." "But she's dead." "No, she isn't," Sam murmured. "She's alive. The two of them are up at the house with Lyla." "Come on." The big man plowed out into the rain. Sam followed him, scrambling along the slippery walk, panting as they began the ascent of the steep slope leading to the house beyond. The thunder came suddenly and sharply, and the other sound was fainter and more shrill. Yet both of them heard it, somehow, and both of them recognized it. Lyla was screaming. Lyla went up the steps, reaching the porch just before the rain came. The house was old, its frame siding gray and ugly here in the half-light of the coming storm. She rapped on the front door angrily, not expecting any answer from within. She didn't expect anyone to do anything any more. Lyla knocked again, and the house groaned a hollow echo. The sound of the rain drowned it out, and she didn't bother to listen closely. She wasn't going to be foolish about this. She'd keep her head. She was going to see for herself, and then it would be time enough to let Sam and the sheriff take over. Just thinking about their smugness made her rattle the doorknob. That wouldn't do any good. There was nobody inside the house to answer her. She already knew that, and she wanted in. That was the problem. Lyla dipped in her purse. Nail file? No, that wouldn't do. But somewhere or other she remembered she'd picked up a skeleton key. It might be in the coin compartment, which she never used. Yes, here it was. She inserted it in the lock and turned it part way. The lock resisted, and she reversed the motion. The key almost fitted, but there was something. She twisted the key sharply. It snapped at the handle with a brittle click, but the lock gave. She turned the doorknob, felt the door move away from her hand. It was open. Lyla stood in the hall. It was darker inside the house than out there on the porch, but there must be a light switch somewhere along the wall here. She found it, snapped it on. The rooms on this floor could wait until later. Arbogast had said he saw someone looking out of a window upstairs. That would be the place to begin. There was no light switch for the stairway. Lyla went up slowly, groping along the banister. As she reached the landing, the thunder came. Lyla gave an involuntary shudder, then relaxed. Certainly there was nothing about an empty house like this to frighten anybody. And now she could turn on the light here in the upstairs hall. She had her choice of 3 doors to enter. The first led to the bathroom. Lyla had never seen such a place, except in a museum. No, she corrected herself. They don't have bathroom exhibits in museums, but they should have had this one. Lyla chose the second door, switched on the light. It was obviously Bates' bedroom, singularly small, singularly cramped, with a low cot more suitable for a little boy than a grown man. There was a bureau over in the corner next to the closet. She had no compunctions about searching the drawers. The top one contained neckties and handkerchiefs, most of them soiled. The second drawer contained shirts. The third held socks and underwear. The bottom drawer was filled with white, shapeless garments, which she finally and almost incredulously identified as nightgowns. Nothing remained now except the closet and the 2 large bookshelves in the corner. She disposed of the closet quickly. It contained 2 suits on hangers, a jacket, an overcoat, a pair of soiled and paint-spotted trousers. The bookshelves now. Here Lyla found herself pausing, puzzling, then peering in perplexity at the incongruous contents of Norman Bates' library. A new model of the universe, extension of consciousness, the witch cult in Western Europe, dimension and being, and here, on the bottom shelf, a nondescript assortment of untitled volumes poorly bound. Lyla pulled one out at random and opened it. The illustration that leaped out at her was almost pathologically pornographic. She replaced the volume hastily and stood up. Frowning, she retreated to the hall and opened the dark panel door leading to the third room. For a moment she stood there, staring into the dimness, inhaling a musty, mingled odor of stale perfume and what? She pressed the light switch at the side of the doorway, then gasped. This was the front bedroom, no doubt of it, and the sheriff had said something about how Bates had kept it unchanged since his mother's death. But Lyla wasn't quite prepared for the actuality. She wasn't quite prepared to step bodily into another era. And yet she found herself there, back in the world as it had been long before she was born. And it was still alive, furnished more than 50 years ago, untenanted and untouched since the death of its occupant 20 years ago. It was still the room of a living person, a room where, just yesterday, a woman had sat and peered out the window. There are no ghosts, Lyla told herself. She turned to the closet. Coats and dresses still hung in a neat row. Lyla started over to examine the dresser and vanity, then halted beside the bed. She ripped the spread down, pulled back the covers. The sheets were a smudgy gray and covered with little brown flecks, but the bed itself and the pillow above it bore the faint yet unmistakable indentation made by a recent occupant. There are no ghosts, Lyla told herself again, but somebody had been sleeping, somebody had been staring out of the window. And if it had been Mary, where was she now? Then she knew. What was it Sheriff Chambers had said? That he found Norman Bates down in the woods behind the house, gathering firewood? Firewood for the furnace. Yes, that was it. The furnace in the basement. Lyla turned and fled down the stairs. The cellar. She had to find the cellar. Lyla groped her way along the downstairs hall into the kitchen. She found the light. The basement stairs were just ahead. She fumbled at the wall until her hand brushed over another switch. The light went on below. The bare bulb dangled from a cord directly in front of the furnace. It was a big furnace, with a heavy iron door. Lyla stood there staring at it. She was trembling now. She admitted that to herself. She could admit everything now. She'd been a fool to come here alone, a fool to do what she had done, a fool to do what she was doing now, but she had to do it because of Mary. She had to open the furnace door and see what she knew would be inside. God, what if the fire was still going? What if... But the door was cold, and there was no heat from the furnace, no heat from within the dark, utterly empty recess behind the door. Lyla turned away. There were bottles on a table, and carpentry tools, plus an assortment of knives and needles. Lyla approached the table, gazing at the knives in puzzled concentration. Then she heard a creaking overhead. Somebody had come into the house. Somebody was tiptoeing along the hall. Was it Sam? Had he come to find her? But why then didn't he call her name? And why did he close the cellar door? The cellar door had closed just now. She could hear the sharp click of the lock, and the footsteps moving away, back along the hall. She was locked in the cellar. No way out, nowhere to hide. The whole basement was visible to anyone descending the cellar stairs, and somebody would be coming down those stairs soon. She knew it now. If she could only keep herself concealed for a moment, then whoever came after her would have to descend all the way into the basement, and she'd have a chance to run for the stairs. Then Lyla saw a blanket pinned to the far wall. She tugged at it, and the rotted cloth ripped free of the nails which held it in place. It came off the wall, off the door. The door. The door? The blanket had concealed it completely, but there must be another room here, probably an old-fashioned fruit cellar. That would be the ideal place to hide and wait. But she wouldn't have to wait much longer, because now she could hear the faint, far-away footsteps coming down the hall again, moving along into the kitchen. Lyla opened the door of the fruit cellar. It was then that she screamed. She screamed when she saw the old woman lying there, the gaunt, gray-haired old woman, whose brown, wrinkled face grinned up at her in an obscene greeting. "Mrs. Bates!" Lyla gasped. "Yes?" But the voice wasn't coming from those sunken, leathery jaws. It came from behind her, from the top of the cellar stairs, where the figure stood. Lyla turned to stare at the fat, shapeless figure, half concealed by the tight dress which had been pulled down incongruously to cover the garments beneath. She stared up at the shrouding shawl and at the white, painted, simpering face beneath it. She stared at the garishly reddened lips, watched them part in a convulsive grimace. "I am Norma Bates," said the high, shrill voice, and then there was the hand coming out, the hand that held the knife, and the feet were mincing down the stairs, and other feet were running, and Lyla screamed again as Sam came down the stairs, and the knife came up quick as death. Sam grasped and twisted the hand that held it, twisted it from behind until the knife clattered to the floor. Lyla closed her mouth, but the scream continued. It was the insane scream of a hysterical woman, and it came from the throat of Norman Bates. It took almost a week to reclaim the cars and the bodies from the swamp. They found the money, too, right there in the glove compartment. Sheriff Chambers gave out a number of interviews. The local district attorney called for a speedy trial. Primary election was coming up in October, and did nothing to directly contradict the written and oral rumors that were circulating, in which Norman Bates was portrayed as guilty of cannibalism, Satanism, incest, and necrophilia. Actually, of course, he had never even talked to Bates, who was now temporarily confined for observation at the state hospital. Neither had the rumor-mongers, but that didn't stop them. The motel, of course, was closed, which seemed a pity in a way, because there was no end to the number of morbid curiosity lovers who sought it out. Even Bob Summerfield was able to report a noticeable increase of business at the hardware store. Everybody wanted to talk to Sam, naturally, but he spent part of the following week in Fort Worth with Lyla, then took a run up to the state hospital, where 3 psychiatrists were examining Norman Bates. It wasn't until almost 10 days later, however, that he was finally able to get a definitive statement from Dr. Nicholas Steiner, who was officially in charge of the medical observation. Sam reported the results of his interview to Lyla at the hotel when she came in from Fort Worth the following weekend. "We'll probably never know everything that happened," Sam told her, "and as for the reasons, Dr. Steiner told me himself that it was mostly a matter of making an educated guess. They kept Bates under heavy sedation at first, and even after he came out of it, nobody could get him to really talk very much. Steiner says he got closer to Bates than anyone else, but in the last few days he appears to be in a very confused state. But as near as he can make out, this all started way back in Bates' childhood, long before his mother's death. He and his mother were very close, of course, and apparently she dominated him. Whether there was ever anything more to their relationship, Dr. Steiner doesn't know. But he does suspect that Norman was a secret transvestite long before Mrs. Bates died. You know what a transvestite is, don't you?" Lyla nodded. "A person who dresses in clothing of the opposite sex, isn't that it?" "Well, the way Steiner explained it, there's a lot more to it than that. Transvestites aren't necessarily homosexual, but they identify themselves strongly with members of the opposite sex." Sam lit a cigarette. "I'm going to skip the data about his school years and rejection by the Army. But it was after that, when he was around 19, that his mother must have decided Norman wasn't ever going out into the world on his own. Maybe she deliberately prevented him from growing up. We'll actually never know just how much he was responsible for what he became. It was probably then that he began to develop his interest in occultism, things like that, and it was then that this Joe Considine came into the picture. Steiner couldn't get Norman to say very much about Joe Considine, even today, more than 20 years later. His hatred is so great he can't talk about the man without flying into a rage. But Steiner talked to the sheriff and dug up all the old newspaper stories and has a pretty fair idea of what really happened. Considine, you see, was a man in his early 40s when he met Mrs. Bates, who was 39. Considine began to court her, and it wasn't too easy, I gather. Mrs. Bates hated men ever since her husband deserted her and the baby, and this is one of the reasons why she treated Norman the way she did, according to Dr. Steiner. But I was telling you about Considine. He finally got her to come around and agree to a marriage. He'd brought up this idea of selling the farm and using the money to build a motel. The old highway ran right alongside the place in those days, and there was a lot of business to be had. Apparently, Norman had no objection to the motel idea. The plan went through without a hitch, and for the first 3 months he and his mother ran this new place together. It was then, and only then, that his mother told him that she and Considine were going to be married. "And that set him off?" Lyla asked. Sam ground out his cigarette in the ashtray. It was a good excuse for him to turn away as he answered, "Not exactly according to what Dr. Steiner found out. It seems the announcement was made under rather embarrassing circumstances after Norman had walked in on his mother and Considine together in the upstairs bedroom. We do know what happened as a result. Norman poisoned his mother and Considine with strychnine. He used some kind of rat poison, served it to them with their coffee. The victims usually die from asphyxiation when the chest muscles stiffen. Norman must have watched it all, and it was too much to bear. It was when he was writing the suicide note that Dr. Steiner thinks it happened. He had planned the note, of course, and knew how to imitate his mother's handwriting perfectly. Dr. Steiner says the wording of the note itself would be enough to tip off anyone that something was wrong. But nobody noticed, any more than they noticed what really happened to Norman after he finished the note and phoned the sheriff to come out. They knew at the time that he was hysterical from shock and excitement. What they didn't know is that while writing the note, he'd changed. Apparently, now that it was all over, he couldn't stand the loss of his mother. He wanted her back. As he wrote the note in her handwriting, addressed to himself, he literally changed his mind, and Norman, or a part of him, became his mother. Dr. Steiner says these cases are more frequent than you'd think. particularly when the personality is already unstable, as Norman's was, and the grief set him off. His reaction was so severe nobody even thought to question the suicide pact. Both Considine and his mother were in their graves long before Norman was discharged from the hospital. "And that's when he dug her up?" Lyla frowned. "Apparently he did so within a few months at most. He had this taxidermy hobby, and he knew what he'd have to do." "But I don't understand. If he thought he was his mother, then—" "It isn't quite that simple. According to Steiner, Bates was now a multiple personality with at least 3 facets. There was Norman, the little boy who needed his mother, then Norma, the mother who could not be allowed to die. The third aspect might be called Normal, the adult Norman Bates, who had to go through the daily routine of living and conceal the existence of the other personalities from the world. But the adult Norman Bates, you see, kept control well enough so that he was discharged from the hospital. He went back to run the motel, and it was then that he felt the strain. What weighed on him most as an adult personality was the guilty knowledge of his mother's death. Preserving her room was not enough. He wanted to preserve her, too. Preserve her physically, so that the illusion of her living presence would suppress the guilt feelings. So he brought her back, actually brought her back from the grave and gave her a new life. He put her to bed at night, dressed her, and took her down into the house by day. Naturally, he concealed all this from outsiders, and he did it well. Arbogast must have seen the figure placed in the upstairs window, but there's no proof that anyone else did in all those years. Then the horror wasn't in the house, Lyla murmured. It was in his head. Steiner says the relationship was like that of a ventriloquist and his dummy. Mother and little Norman must have carried on regular conversations, and the adult Norman Bates probably rationalized the situation. He was leading 3 lives at once, and the point is, he was getting away with it until— Sam hesitated, but Lyla finished the sentence for him. "Until Mary came along, and something happened, and he killed her." "Mother killed her," Sam said. "Norma killed your sister. Dr. Steiner is sure that whenever a crisis arose, Norma became the dominant personality. Bates would start drinking and then black out while she took over. During the blackouts, of course, he'd dress up in her clothing. Afterward, he'd hide her image away because in his mind she was the real murderer and had to be protected." "Then Steiner is quite sure he's insane?" "Psychotic, that's the word he used. Yes, I'm afraid so. He's going to recommend that Bates be placed in the state hospital, probably for life." "Then there won't be any trial." "No, that's what I came here to tell you. No, there won't be any trials." Sam sighed heavily. "I'm sorry. I suppose the way you feel—" "I'm glad," Lyla said slowly. "It's better this way. Funny how differently things work out in real life. None of us really suspected the truth. We just blundered along until we did the right things for the wrong reasons. And right now, I can't even hate Bates for what he did. He must have suffered more than any of us. In a way, I can almost understand. We're all not quite as sane as we pretend to be." Sam rose, and she walked him to the door. "Anyway, it's over, and I'm going to try and forget it. Just forget everything that happened." "Everything?" Sam murmured. He didn't look at her. "Well, almost everything." She didn't look at him, and that was the end of it. Or almost the end. The real end came quietly. It came in the small, barred room where the voices had muttered and mingled for so long a time. The man's voice, the woman's voice, the child's. The voices had exploded when triggered into fission, but now, almost miraculously, a fusion took place, so that there was only one person in the room. There had always been one person, and only one. She knew it now. She knew it, and she was glad. It was so much better to be this way, to be fully and completely aware of oneself as one really was. To be serenely strong, serenely confident, serenely secure. There had been a bad boy in the bad dream, a bad boy who had killed her lover and tried to poison her. Somewhere in the dream was the strangling and the wheezing and the clawing at the throat and the faces that turned blue. Somewhere in the dream was the graveyard at night and the digging and the panting and the splintering of the coffin lid, and then the moment of discovery, the moment of staring at what lay within. But what lay within wasn't really dead. Not any more. The bad boy was dead instead, and that was as it should be. There had been a bad man in the bad dream, too, and he was also a murderer. He had peeked through the wall, and he drank, and he read filthy books, and believed in all sorts of crazy nonsense. But worst of all, he was responsible for the deaths of 2 innocent people, a young girl with beautiful breasts, and a man who wore a gray Stetson hat. She knew all about it, of course, and that's why she could remember the details, because she had been there at the time, watching, but all she did was watch. The bad man had really committed the murders, and then he tried to blame it on her. Mother killed them, that's what he said, but it was a lie. How could she kill them when she was only watching, when she couldn't even move because she had to pretend to be a stuffed figure, a harmless stuffed figure that couldn't hurt or be hurt, but merely exists forever? She knew that nobody would believe the bad man, and he was dead now, too. The bad man and the bad boy were both dead, or else they were just part of the dream. And the dream had gone away now for good. She was the only one left. And she was real. To be the only one, and to know you are real. That's sanity, isn't it? But just to be on the safe side, maybe it was best to keep pretending that one was a stuffed figure, not to move, never to move. Just to sit there in the tiny room forever and ever. If she sat there without moving, they wouldn't punish her. If she sat here without moving, they'd know that she was sane. Sane! Sane! She sat there for quite a long time, and then a fly came buzzing through the bars. It landed right on her hand. If she wanted to, she could reach out and swat the fly. But she didn't swat it. She didn't swat it, and she hoped they were watching, because that proved what sort of a person she really was. Why, she wouldn't even harm a fly.
The Demon Lover. She had not slept well. From 1:30, when Jamie left and she went lingeringly to bed, until 7, when she at last allowed herself to get up and make coffee, she had slept fitfully, stirring awake to open her eyes and look into the half-darkness, remembering over and over, slipping again into a feverish dream. She spent almost an hour over her coffee. They were to have a real breakfast on the way. And then, unless she wanted to dress early, had nothing to do. She washed her coffee cup and made the bed, looking carefully over the clothes she planned to wear, worried unnecessarily, at the window, over whether it would be a fine day. She sat down to read, thought that she might write a letter to her sister instead, and began, in her finest handwriting, "Dearest Anne, by the time you get this, I will be married. Doesn't it sound funny? I can hardly believe it myself, but when I tell you how it happened, you'll see it's even stranger than that." Sitting, pen in hand, she hesitated over what to say next, read the lines already written, and tore up the letter. She went to the window and saw that it was undeniably a fine day. It occurred to her that perhaps she ought not to wear the blue silk dress. It was too plain, almost severe, and she wanted to be soft, feminine. Anxiously, she pulled through the dresses in the closet and hesitated over a print she had worn the summer before. It was too young for her, and it had a ruffled neck, and it was very early in the year for a print dress. But still... She hung the two dresses side by side on the outside of the closet door and opened the glass doors carefully closed upon the small closet that was her kitchenette. She turned on the burner under the coffee pot and went to the window. It was sunny. When the coffee pot began to crackle, she came back and poured herself coffee into a clean cup. "I'll have a headache if I don't get some solid food soon," she thought. "All this coffee, smoking too much, no real breakfast." A headache on her wedding day. She went and got the tin box of aspirin from the bathroom closet and slipped it into her blue pocketbook. She'd have to change to a brown pocketbook if she wore the print dress, and the only brown pocketbook she had was shabby. Helplessly, she stood looking from the blue pocketbook to the print dress, then put the pocketbook down, and went and got her coffee and sat down near the window, drinking her coffee and looking carefully around the one-room apartment. They planned to come back here tonight, and everything must be correct. With sudden horror, she realized that she had forgotten to put clean sheets on the bed. The laundry was freshly back, and she took clean sheets and pillowcases from the top shelf of the closet and stripped the bed, working quickly to avoid thinking consciously of why she was changing the sheets. The bed was a studio bed, with a cover to make it look like a couch, and when it was finished, no one would have known she had just put clean sheets on it. She took the old sheets and pillowcases into the bathroom and stuffed them down into the hamper, and put the bathroom towels in the hamper too, and clean towels on the bathroom racks. Her coffee was cold when she came back to it, but she drank it anyway. When she looked at the clock, finally, and saw that it was after 9, she began at last to hurry. She took a bath and used one of the clean towels, which she put into the hamper and replaced with a clean one. She dressed carefully, all her underwear fresh and most of it new. She put everything she had worn the day before, including her nightgown, into the hamper. When she was ready for her dress, she hesitated before the closet door. The blue dress was certainly decent and clean and fairly becoming, but she had worn it several times with Jamie, and there was nothing about it which made it special for a wedding day. The print dress was overly pretty, and new to Jamie, and yet wearing such a print this early in the year was certainly rushing the season. Finally, she thought, "This is my wedding day. I can dress as I please," and she took the print dress down from the hanger. When she slipped it on over her head, it felt fresh and light, but when she looked at herself in the mirror, she remembered that the ruffles around the neck did not show her throat to any great advantage, and the wide, swinging skirt looked irresistibly made for a girl, for someone who would run freely, dance, swing it with her hips when she walked. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought with revulsion, "It's as though I'm trying to make myself look prettier than I am, just for him. He'll think I want to look younger because he's marrying me." and she tore the print dress off so quickly that a seam under the arm ripped. In the old blue dress, she felt comfortable and familiar, but unexciting. "It isn't what you're wearing that matters," she told herself firmly, and turned in dismay to the closet to see if there might be anything else. There was nothing even remotely suitable for her marrying Jamie, and for a minute she thought of going out quickly to some little shop nearby to get a dress. Then she saw that it was close on 10, and she had no time for more than her hair and her makeup. Her hair was easy, pulled back into a knot at the nape of her neck. But her makeup was another delicate balance between looking as well as possible and deceiving as little. She could not try to disguise the sallowness of her skin, or the lines around her eyes today, when it might look as though she were only doing it for her wedding. And yet she could not bear the thought of Jamie's bringing to marriage anyone who looked haggard and lined. "You're 34 years old after all," she told herself cruelly in the bathroom mirror. 30, it said on the license. It was 2 minutes after 10. She was not satisfied with her clothes, her face, her apartment. She heated the coffee again and sat down in the chair by the window. "Can't do anything more now," she thought. "No sense trying to improve anything in the last minute." Reconciled, settled, she tried to think of Jamie, and could not see his face clearly, or hear his voice. It's always that way with someone you love, she thought, and let her mind slip past today and tomorrow into the farther future, when Jamie was established with his writing, and she had given up her job, the golden house in the country future they had been preparing for the last week. "I used to be a wonderful cook," she had promised Jamie. "With a little time and practice, I could remember how to make angel food cake. And fried chicken," she said, knowing how the words would stay in Jamie's mind, half tenderly. "And hollandaise sauce." 10:30. She stood up and went purposefully to the phone. She dialed and waited, and the girl's metallic voice said, "The time will be exactly 10:29. Half-consciously, she set her clock back a minute. She was remembering her own voice saying last night in the doorway, 10 o'clock then. I'll be ready. Is it really true?" And Jamie laughing down the hallway. By 11 o'clock, she had sewed up the ripped seam in the print dress and put her sewing box away carefully in the closet. With the print dress on, she was sitting by the window drinking another cup of coffee. I could have taken more time over my dressing after all, she thought. But by now it was so late he might come any minute, and she did not dare try to repair anything without starting all over. There was nothing to eat in the apartment except the food she had carefully stocked up for their life beginning together, the unopened package of bacon, a dozen eggs in their box, the unopened bread, and the unopened butter. They were for breakfast tomorrow. She thought of running downstairs to the drugstore for something to eat, leaving a note on the door. Then she decided to wait a little longer. By 11:30, she was so dizzy and weak that she had to go downstairs. If Jamie had had a phone, she would have called him then. Instead, she opened her desk and wrote a note. "Jamie, have gone downstairs to the drugstore. Back in 5 minutes." Her pen leaked onto her fingers, and she went into the bathroom and washed, using a clean towel which she replaced. She tacked the note on the door, surveyed the apartment once more to make sure that everything was perfect, and closed the door without locking it in case he should come. In the drugstore, she found that there was nothing she wanted to eat except more coffee, and she left it half-finished because she suddenly realized that Jamie was probably upstairs waiting and impatient, anxious to get started. But Upstairs, everything was prepared and quiet, as she had left it, her note unread on the door, the air of the apartment a little stale from too many cigarettes. She opened the window and sat down next to it until she realized that she had been asleep, and it was 20 minutes to 1. Now, suddenly, she was frightened. Waking without preparation into the room of waiting and readiness, everything clean and untouched since 10 o'clock, she was frightened and felt an urgent need to hurry. She got up from the chair and almost ran across the room to the bathroom, dashed cold water on her face, and used a clean towel. This time she put the towel carelessly back on the rack without changing it. Time enough for that later. Hatless, still in the print dress with a coat thrown over it, the wrong blue pocketbook with the aspirin inside her hand, she locked the apartment door behind her, no note this time, and ran down the stairs. She caught a taxi on the corner and gave the driver Jamie's address. It was no distance at all. She could have walked it if she had not been so weak, but in the taxi she suddenly realized how imprudent it would be to drive brazenly up to Jamie's door demanding him. She asked the driver, therefore, to let her off at a corner near Jamie's address and, after paying him, waited till he drove away before she started to walk down the block. She had never been here before. The building was pleasant and old, and Jamie's name was not on any of the mailboxes in the vestibule, nor on the doorbells. She checked the address. It was right, and finally she rang the bell marked Superintendent. After a minute or two, the door buzzer rang, and she opened the door and went into a dark hall where she hesitated until the door at the end opened and someone said, "Yes?" She knew at the same moment that she had no idea what to ask, so she moved forward toward the figure waiting against the light of the open doorway. When she was very near, the figure said, "Yes," again, and she saw that it was a man in his shirt sleeves, unable to see her any more clearly than she could see him. With sudden courage, she said, "I'm trying to get in touch with someone who lives in this building, and I can't find the name outside." "What's the name you wanted?" the man asked, and she realized that she would have to answer. "James Harris," she said. "Harris." The man was silent for a minute, and then he said, "Harris." He turned around to the room inside the lighted doorway and said, "Margie, come here a minute." "What now?" a voice said from inside. And after a wait long enough for someone to get out of a comfortable chair, a woman joined him in the doorway regarding the dark hall. "Lady here," the man said. "Lady looking for a guy named Harris lives here. Anyone in the building?" "No," the woman said. Her voice sounded amused. "No men named Harris here." "Sorry," the man said. He started to close the door. "You got the wrong house, lady," he said, and added in a lower voice, "or the wrong guy." And he and the woman laughed. When the door was almost shut and she was alone in the dark hall, she said to the thin, lighted crack still showing, "But he does live here. I know it." "Look," the woman said, opening the door again a little. "It happens all the time." "Please, don't make any mistake," she said, and her voice was very dignified, with 34 years of accumulated pride. "I'm afraid you don't understand." "What did he look like?" the woman said wearily, the door still only part open. "He's rather tall and fair. He wears a blue suit very often. He's a writer." "No," the woman said, and then, "Could he have lived on the 3rd floor?" "I'm not sure." There was a fellow, the woman said reflectively. He wore a blue suit a lot, lived on the 3rd floor for a while. The Roysters lent him their apartment while they were visiting her folks upstate. That might be it. I thought, though, this one wore a blue suit mostly, but I don't know how tall he was, the woman said. He stayed there about a month. A month ago is when you asked the Roysters, the woman said. They come back this morning, apartment 3B. The door closed, definitely. The hall was very dark, and the stairs looked darker. On the 2nd floor there was a little light from a skylight far above. The apartment doors lined up, 4 on the floor, uncommunicative and silent. There was a bottle of milk outside 2C. On the 3rd floor, she waited for a minute. There was the sound of music beyond the door of 3B, and she could hear voices. Finally she knocked, and knocked again. The door was opened, and the music swept out at her, an early afternoon symphony broadcast. "How do you do?" she said politely to this woman in the doorway. "Mrs. Royster?" "That's right." The woman was wearing a housecoat and last night's makeup. "I wonder if I might talk to you for a minute?" "Sure," Mrs. Royster said, not moving. "About Mr. Harris?" "What Mr. Harris?" Mrs. Royster said flatly. "Mr. James Harris, the gentleman who borrowed your apartment." "Oh, Lord," Mrs. Royster said. She seemed to open her eyes for the first time. "What did he do?" "Nothing. I'm just trying to get in touch with him." "Oh, Lord," Mrs. Royster said again. Then she opened the door wider and said, "Come in." And then, "Ralph!" Inside, the apartment was still full of music, and there were suitcases half unpacked on the couch, on the chairs, on the floor. A table in the corner was spread with the remains of a meal, and the young man sitting there, for a minute resembling Jamie, got up and came across the room. "What about it?" he said. "Mr. Royster," she said. It was difficult to talk against the music. "The superintendent downstairs told me that this was where Mr. James Harris has been living." "Sure," he said, "if that was his name." "I thought you lent him the apartment," she said, surprised. "I don't know anything about him," Mr. Royster said. "He's one of Dottie's friends." "Not my friends," Mrs. Royster said. "No friend of mine." She had gone over to the table and was spreading peanut butter on a piece of bread. She took a bite and said thickly, waving the bread and peanut butter at her husband, "Not my friend." "You picked him up at one of those damn meetings," Mr. Royster said. He shoved a suitcase off the chair next to the radio and sat down, picking up a magazine from the floor next to him. "I never said more'n 10 words to him." "You said it was okay to lend him the place," Mrs. Royster said before she took another bite. "You never said a word against him, after all." "I don't say anything about your friends," Mr. Royster said. "If he'd have been a friend of mine, you would have said plenty, believe me," Mrs. Royster said darkly. She took another bite and said, "Believe me, he would have said plenty." "That's all I want to hear," Mr. Royster said over the top of the magazine. "No more now. You see?" Mrs. Royster pointed the bread and peanut butter at her husband. "That's the way it is, day and night." There was silence, except for the music bellowing out of the radio next to Mr. Royster. And then she said, in a voice she hardly trusted to be heard over the radio noise, "Has he gone, then?" "Who?" Mrs. Royster demanded, looking up from the peanut butter jar. "Mr. James Harris." "Him? Oh, he must have left this morning before we got back. No sign of him anywhere." "Gone?" "Everything was fine, though, perfectly fine. I told you," she said to Mr. Royster. "I told you he'd take care of everything fine. I can always tell." "You were lucky," Mr. Royster said. "Not a thing out of place," Mrs. Royster said. She waved her bread and peanut butter inclusively. "Everything just the way we left it," she said. "Do you know where he is now?" "Not the slightest idea," Mrs. Royster said cheerfully. "But, like I said, he left everything fine." "Why?" she asked suddenly. "You looking for him?" "It's very important." "I'm sorry he's not here," Mrs. Royster said. She stepped forward politely when she saw her visitor turn toward the door. "Maybe the super saw him," Mr. Royster said into the magazine. When the door was closed behind her, the hall was dark again, but the sound of the radio was deadened. She was halfway down the first flight of stairs when the door was opened and Mrs. Royster shouted down the stairwell, "If I see him, I'll tell him you were looking for him." What can I do? She thought, out on the street again. It was impossible to go home, not with Jamie somewhere between here and there. She stood on the sidewalk so long that a woman, leaning out of a window across the way, turned and called to someone inside to come and see. Finally, on an impulse, she went into the small delicatessen next door to the apartment house, on the side that led to her own apartment. There was a small man reading a newspaper, leaning against the counter. When she came in, he looked up and came down inside the counter to meet her. Over the glass case of cold meats and cheese, she said timidly, "I'm trying to get in touch with a man who lived in the apartment house next door, and I just wondered if you know him." "Why didn't you ask the people there?" the man said, his eyes narrow, inspecting her. "It's because I'm not buying anything," she thought, and she said, I'm sorry, I asked them, but they don't know anything about him. They think he left this morning." "I don't know what you want me to do," he said, moving a little back toward his newspaper. "I'm not here to keep track of guys going in and out next door." She said quickly, I thought you might have noticed, that's all. He would have been coming past here a little before 10 o'clock. He was rather tall, and he usually wore a blue suit." "Now, how many men in blue suits go past here every day, lady?" the man demanded. "You think I got nothing to do but—" "I'm sorry," she said. She heard him say, "For God's sake," as she went out the door. As she walked toward the corner, she thought, he must have come this way. It's the way he'd go to get to my house. It's the only way for him to walk. She tried to think of Jamie. Where would he have crossed the street? What sort of person was he, actually? Would he cross in front of his own apartment house? At random in the middle of the block? At the corner? On the corner was a newsstand. They might have seen him there. She hurried on and waited while a man bought a paper and a woman asked directions. When the newsstand man looked at her, she said, "Can you possibly tell me if a rather tall young man in a blue suit went past here this morning around 10 o'clock? When the man only looked at her, his eyes wide and his mouth a little open, she thought, he thinks it's a joke or a trick. And she said urgently, "It's very important. Please believe me. I'm not teasing you." "Look, lady," the man began, and she said eagerly, "He's a writer. He might have bought magazines here." "What do you want him for?" the man asked. He looked at her, smiling, and she realized that there was another man waiting in back of her, and the newsdealer's smile included him. "Never mind," she said. But the newsdealer said, "Listen, maybe he did come by here." His smile was knowing, and his eyes shifted over her shoulder to the man in back of her. She was suddenly horribly aware of her over-young print dress and pulled her coat around her quickly. The newsdealer said with vast thoughtfulness, "Now, I don't know for sure, mind you, but there might have been someone like your gentleman friend coming by this morning." "About 10? "Yeah, about 10, the newsdealer agreed. "Tall fellow, blue suit. I wouldn't be at all surprised." "Which way did he go?" she said eagerly. "Uptown?" "Uptown," the newsdealer said, nodding. "He went uptown. That's just exactly it. What can I do for you, sir?" She stepped back, holding her coat around her. The man who had been standing behind her looked at her over his shoulder, and then he and the newsdealer looked at one another. She wondered for a minute whether or not to tip the newsdealer, but when both men began to laugh, she moved hurriedly on across the street. Uptown, she thought, that's right, and she started up the avenue thinking, he wouldn't have to cross the avenue, just go up 6 blocks and turn down my street, so long as he started uptown. About a block farther on, she passed a florist's shop. There was a wedding display in the window, and she thought, well, this is my wedding day after all. He might have gotten flowers to bring me. And she went inside. The florist came out of the back of the shop, smiling and sleek, and she said, before he could speak, so that he wouldn't have a chance to think she was buying anything, "It's terribly important that I get in touch with a gentleman who may have stopped in here to buy flowers this morning. Terribly important." She stopped for breath, and the florist said, "Yes, what sort of flowers were they?" "I don't know," she said, surprised. "He never—" She stopped and said, "He was a rather tall young man in a blue suit. It was about 10 o'clock. "I see," the florist said. "Well, really, I'm afraid, but it's so important," she said. "He may have been in a hurry," she added helpfully. "Well," the florist said. He smiled genially, showing all his small teeth. "For a lady," he said. He went to a stand and opened a large book. "Where were they to be sent?" he asked. "Why," she said, "I don't think he'd have sent them. You see, he was coming— well, that is, he'd bring them." "Madam," the florist said. He was offended. His smile became deprecatory, and he went on. "Really, you must realize that unless I have something to go on—" "Please, try to remember," she begged. "He was tall and had a blue suit, and it was about 10 this morning." The florist closed his eyes, one finger to his mouth, and thought deeply. Then he shook his head. "I simply can't," he said. "Thank you," she said despondently, and started for the door, when the florist said, in a shrill, excited voice, "Wait! Wait just a moment, madam!" She turned, and the florist, thinking again, said finally, "Chrysanthemums?" He looked at her inquiringly. "Oh, no," she said. Her voice shook a little, and she waited for a minute before she went on. "Well, not for an occasion like this, I'm sure." The florist tightened his lips and looked away coldly. "Well, of course, I don't know the occasion," he said, "but I'm almost certain that the gentleman you were inquiring for came in this morning and purchased 1 dozen chrysanthemums. No delivery." "You're sure?" she asked. "Positive," the florist said emphatically. "That was absolutely the man." He smiled brilliantly, and she smiled back and said, "Well, thank you very much." He escorted her to the door. "Nice corsage," he said, as they went through the shop. "Red roses, gardenias." "It was very kind of you to help me," she said at the door. "Ladies always look their best in flowers," he said, bending his head toward her. "Orchids, perhaps?" "No, thank you," she said. And he said, "I hope you find your young man," and gave it a nasty sound. Going on up the street, she thought, everyone thinks it's so funny. And she pulled her coat tighter around her, so that only the ruffle around the bottom of the print dress was showing. There was a policeman on the corner, and she thought, why don't I go to the police? You go to the police for a missing person. And then thought, what a fool I'd look like. She had a quick picture of herself standing in a police station saying, "Yes, we were going to be married today, but he didn't come." And the policemen, 3 or 4 of them standing around listening, looking at her, at the print dress, at her too bright makeup, smiling at one another. She couldn't tell them any more than that. Could not say, "Yes, it looks silly, doesn't it, me all dressed up and trying to find the young man who promised to marry me, but what about all of it you don't know? I have more than this, more than you can see. Talent, perhaps, and humor of a sort, and I'm a lady, and I have pride and affection and delicacy and a certain clear view of life that might make a man satisfied and productive and happy. There's more than you think when you look at me." The police were obviously impossible, leaving out Jamie and what he might think when he heard she'd set the police after him. "No, no," she said aloud, hurrying her steps. And someone passing stopped and looked after her. On the coming corner, she was 3 blocks from her own street, was a shoe shine stand, an old man sitting almost asleep in one of the chairs. She stopped in front of him and waited, and after a minute he opened his eyes and smiled at her. "Look," she said, the words coming before she thought of them. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm looking for a young man who came up this way about 10 this morning. Did you see him?" And she began her description. "Tall, blue suit, carrying a bunch of flowers." The old man began to nod before she was finished. "I saw him," he said. "Friend of yours?" "Yes," she said, and smiled back involuntarily. The old man blinked his eyes and said, "I remember I thought, you're going to see a girl, young fellow. They all go to see their girls," he said, and shook his head tolerantly. "Which way did he go? Straight on up the avenue?" "That's right," the old man said. "Got his shine, had his flowers, all dressed up, in an awful hurry. You got a girl, I thought." "Thank you," she said, fumbling in her pocket for her loose change. "She sure must have been glad to see him, the way he looked," the old man said. "Thank you," she said again, and brought her hand empty from her pocket. For the first time, she was really sure he would be waiting for her, and she hurried up the 3 blocks, the skirt of the print dress swinging under her coat, and turned into her own block. From the corner, she could not see her own windows, could not see Jamie looking out, waiting for her, and going down the block, she was almost running to get to him. The key trembled in her fingers at the downstairs door, and as she glanced into the drugstore, she thought of her panic, drinking coffee there this morning, and almost laughed. At her own door she could wait no longer, but began to say, "Jamie, I'm here. I was so worried," even before the door was open. Her own apartment was waiting for her, silent, barren, afternoon shadows lengthening from the window. For a minute she saw only the empty coffee cup, thought, "He's been here waiting," before she recognized it as her own, left from the morning. She looked all over the room, into the closet, into the bathroom. "I never saw him," the clerk in the drugstore said. "I know, because I would have noticed the flowers. No one like that's been in." The old man at the shoeshine stand woke again to see her standing in front of him. "Hello again," he said, and smiled. "Are you sure?" she demanded. "Did he go on up the avenue?" "I watched him," the old man said, dignified against her tone. "I thought, there's a young man's got a girl, and I watched him right into the house." "What house?" she said remotely. "Right there," the old man said. He leaned forward to point. "The next block, with his flowers and his shine and going to see his girl. Right into her house." "Which one?" she said. "Oh, about the middle of the block," the old man said. He looked at her with suspicion and said, "What are you trying to do, anyway?" She almost ran without stopping to say thank you. Up on the next block she walked quickly, searching the houses from the outside to see if Jamie looked from a window, listening to hear his laughter somewhere inside. A woman was sitting in front of one of the houses, pushing a baby carriage monotonously back and forth the length of her arm. The baby inside slept, moving back and forth. The question was fluent by now. "I'm sorry, but did you see a young man go into one of these houses about 10 this morning? He was tall, wearing a blue suit, carrying a bunch of flowers." A boy about 12 stopped to listen, turning intently from one to the other, occasionally glancing at the baby. "Listen," the woman said tiredly. "The kid had his bath at 10. When I see strange men walking around, I ask you." "Big bunch of flowers?" the boy asked, pulling at her coat. "Big bunch of flowers? I seen him, missus." She looked down, and the boy grinned insolently at her. "Which house did he go in?" she asked wearily. "You gonna divorce him?" the boy asked insistently. "That's not nice to ask the lady," the woman rocking the carriage said. "Listen!" the boy said. "I seen him. He went in there." He pointed to the house next door. "I followed him," the boy said. "He gave me a quarter." The boy dropped his voice to a growl and said, "This is a big day for me, kid," he says. "Give me a quarter." She gave him a $1 bill. "Where?" she said. "Top floor," the boy said. "I followed him till he gave me the quarter. Way to the top." He backed up the sidewalk out of reach with the $1 bill. "You gonna divorce him?" he asked again. "Was he carrying flowers?" "Yeah," the boy said. He began to screech. "You gonna divorce him, missus? You got something on him?" He went careening down the street, howling, "She's got something on the poor guy." And the woman rocking the baby laughed. The street door of the apartment house was unlocked. There were no bells in the outer vestibule, and no lists of names. The stairs were narrow and dirty. There were 2 doors on the top floor. The front one was the right one. There was a crumpled florist's paper on the floor outside the door, and a knotted paper ribbon, like a clue, like the final clue in the paper chase. She knocked. and thought she heard voices inside. And she thought suddenly with terror, what shall I say if Jamie is there? If he comes to the door? The voices seemed suddenly still. She knocked again, and there was silence, except for something that might have been laughter far away. He could have seen me from the window, she thought. It's the front apartment, and that little boy made a dreadful noise. She waited, and knocked again, but there was silence. Finally, she went to the other door on the floor and knocked. The door swung open beneath her hand, and she saw the empty attic room, bare lath on the walls, floorboards unpainted. She stepped just inside, looking around. The room was filled with bags of plaster, piles of old newspapers, a broken trunk. There was a noise, which she suddenly realized as a rat, and then she saw it, sitting very close to her, near the wall, its evil face alert, bright eyes watching her. She stumbled in her haste to be out with the door closed, and the skirt of the print dress caught and tore. She knew there was someone inside the other apartment, because she was sure she could hear low voices and sometimes laughter. She came back many times, every day for the first week. She came on her way to work, in the mornings, in the evenings, on her way to dinner alone. But no matter how often or how firmly she knocked, no one ever came to the door.
Lunch at the Gotham Cafe. One day I came home from the brokerage house where I worked and found a letter, more of a note actually, from my wife on the dining room table. It said she was leaving me, that she was pursuing a divorce, that I would hear from her lawyer. I sat on the chair at the kitchen end of the table, reading this communication over and over again, not able to believe it. After a while, I got up, went into the bedroom, and looked in the closet. All her clothes were gone except for one pair of sweatpants and a joke sweatshirt someone had given her, with the words "Rich Blonde" printed on the front in spangly stuff. I went back to the dining room table, which was actually at one end of the living room. It was only a 4-room apartment, and read the 6 sentences over again. It was the same, but looking into the half-empty bedroom closet had started me on the way to believing what it said. It was a chilly piece of work, that note. There was no love or good luck or even best at the bottom of it. Take care of yourself was as warm as it got. Just below that, she had scratched her name, Diane. I walked into the kitchen, poured myself a glass of orange juice, then knocked it onto the floor when I tried to pick it up. The juice sprayed onto the lower cabinets and the glass broke. I knew I would cut myself if I tried to pick up the glass. My hands were shaking, but I picked it up anyway, and I cut myself. 2 places, neither deep. I kept thinking that it was a joke, then realizing it wasn't. Diane wasn't much of a joker. But the thing was, I didn't see it coming. I didn't have a clue. I didn't know if that made me stupid or insensitive. As the days passed, and I thought about the last 6 or 8 months of our 2-year marriage, I realized I had been both. That night I called her folks in Pound Ridge and asked if Diane was there. "She is, and she doesn't want to talk to you," her mother said. "Don't call back." The phone went dead in my ear. 2 days later, I got a call at work from Diane's lawyer, who introduced himself as William Humboldt, and after ascertaining that he was indeed speaking to Stephen Davis, began calling me Steve. I suppose that's a little hard to believe, but it's what happened. Lawyers are so bizarre. Humboldt told me I would be receiving preliminary paperwork early the following week and suggested I prepare an account overview prefatory to dissolving your domestic corporation. He also advised me not to make any sudden fiduciary movements and suggested that I keep all receipts for items purchased, even the smallest, during this financially difficult passage. Last of all, he suggested that I find myself a lawyer. "Listen a minute, would you?" I asked. I was sitting at my desk with my head down and my left hand curled around my forehead. My eyes were shut so I wouldn't have to look into the bright gray socket of my computer screen. I'd been crying a lot, and my eyes felt like they were full of sand. "Of course," he said. "Happy to listen, Steve. I've got 2 things for you. First, you mean preparatory to ending your marriage, not prefatory to dissolving your domestic corporation. And if Diane thinks I'm going to try and cheat her out of what's hers, she's wrong." "Yes," Humboldt said, not indicating agreement, but that he understood my point. "Second, you're her lawyer, not mine. I find you calling me by my first name patronizing and insensitive. Do it again on the phone and I'll hang up on you. Do it to my face and I'll probably try to punch your lights out. Steve, Mr. Davis, I hardly think—" I hung up on him. It was the first thing I'd done that gave me any pleasure since finding that note on the dining room table, with her 3 apartment keys on top of it to hold it down. That afternoon, I talked to a friend in the legal department, and he recommended a friend of his who did divorce work. The divorce lawyer was John Ring, and I made an appointment with him for the following day. I went home from the office as late as I could, walked back and forth through the apartment for a while, decided to go out to a movie, couldn't find anything I wanted to see, tried the television, couldn't find anything there to look at either, and did some more walking. And at some point, I found myself in the bedroom, standing in front of an open window 14 floors above the street, and chucking out all my cigarettes, even the stale old pack of Viceroys from the very back of my top desk drawer, a pack that had probably been there for 10 years or more, since before I had any idea there was such a creature as Diane Coslaw in the world, in other words. Although I'd been smoking between 20 and 40 cigarettes a day for 20 years, I don't remember any sudden decision to quit, nor any dissenting interior opinions, not even a mental suggestion that maybe 2 days after your wife walks out is not the optimum time to quit smoking. I just stuffed the full carton, the half carton, and the 2 or 3 half-used packs I found lying around out the window and into the dark. Then I shut the window. It never once occurred to me that it might have been more efficient to throw the user out instead of the product. It was never that kind of situation. Laid down on my bed and closed my eyes. As I drifted off, it occurred to me that tomorrow was probably going to be one of the worst days of my life. It further occurred to me that I would probably be smoking again by noon. I was right about the first thing, wrong about the second. The next 10 days, the time during which I was going through the worst of the physical withdrawal from nicotine, were difficult and often unpleasant, but perhaps not as bad as I had thought they would be. And although I was on the verge of smoking dozens, no, hundreds, of times, I never did. There were moments when I thought I would go insane if I didn't have a cigarette. And when I passed people on the street who were smoking, I felt like screaming, "Give that to me, motherfucker, that's mine," at them. But I didn't. For me, the worst times were late at night. I think, but I'm not sure, all my thought processes from around the time Diane left me are very blurry in my mind. I had an idea that I would sleep better if I quit, but I didn't. I lay awake some mornings until 3, hands laced together under my pillow, looking up at the ceiling, listening to sirens and to the rumble of trucks headed downtown. At those times, I would think about the 24-hour Korean market almost directly across the street from my building. I would think about the white fluorescent light inside, so bright it was almost like a Kubler-Ross near-death experience, and how it spilled out onto the sidewalk between the displays which, in another hour, the 2 young Korean men in white paper hats would begin to fill with fruit. I would also think about the older man behind the counter, also Korean, also in a paper hat, and the formidable racks of cigarettes behind him, as big as the stone tablets Charlton Heston brought down from Mount Sinai in the 10 Commandments. I would think about getting up, dressing, going over there, getting a pack of cigarettes, or maybe 9 or 10 of them, and sitting by the window, smoking one Marlboro after another, as the sky lightened to the east and the sun came up. I never did, but on many early mornings I went to sleep counting cigarette brands instead of sheep. Winston 100, Virginia Slims, Doral, Merit 100s, Camels, Camel Filters, Camel Lights. Later, around the time I was starting to see the last 3 or 4 months of our marriage in a clearer light, as a matter of fact, I began to understand that my decision to quit smoking when I did was perhaps not so unconsidered as it first seemed, and a very long way from ill-considered. I'm not a brilliant man, not a brave one either, but that decision might have been both. It's certainly possible. Sometimes we rise above ourselves. In any case, it gave my mind something concrete to pitch upon in the days after Diane left. It gave my misery a vocabulary it would not otherwise have had, if you see what I mean. Very likely you don't, but I can't think of any other way to put it. Of course, I have speculated that quitting when I did may have played a part in what happened at the Gotham Cafe that day, and I'm sure there's some truth to that. But who can foresee such things? None of us can predict the final outcomes of our actions, and few of us even try. Most of us just do what we do to prolong a moment's pleasure or to stop the pain. And even when we act for the noblest reasons, the last link of the chain all too often drips with someone's blood. Humboldt called me again 2 weeks after the evening when I'd bombed West 83rd Street with my cigarettes, and this time he stuck with Mr. Davis as a form of address. He thanked me for the copies of various documents forwarded him through Mr. Ring, and said that the time had come for all 4 of us to sit down to lunch. All 4 of us meant Diane. My heart speeded up in my chest, and I could feel a pulse tapping away in the wrist of the hand holding the telephone. There are a number of details to be worked out, and a number of pertinent arrangements to be discussed, and this seems to be the time to put that process in work, Humboldt said. He chuckled fatly in my ear, like a repulsive adult giving a child some minor treat. It's always best to let some time pass before bringing the principals together, a little cooling-off period, but in my judgment, a face-to-face meeting at this time would facilitate— Let me get this straight, I said. You're talking about— Lunch, he said. The day after tomorrow? Can you clear that on your schedule? Of course you can, his voice said, just to see her again, to experience the slightest touch of her hand. Eh, Steve? I don't have anything for lunch Thursday anyhow, so that's not a problem. And I should bring my lawyer? The fat chuckle came again, shivering in my ear like something just turned out of a jello mold. I imagine Mr. Ring would like to be included, yes. Did you have a place in mind? I wondered for a moment who would be paying for this lunch, and then had to smile at my own naivete. I reached into my pocket for a cigarette and poked the tip of a toothpick under my thumbnail instead. I winced, brought the pick out, checked the tip for blood, saw none, and stuck it in my mouth. Humboldt had said something, but I had missed it. The sight of the toothpick had reminded me all over again that I was floating cigaretteless on the waves of the world. Pardon me? I asked if you knew the Gotham Cafe on 53rd Street, he said, sounding a touch impatient now, between Madison and Park. No, but I'm sure I can find it. Noon? Noon's fine, I said, and thought of telling him to tell Diane to wear the green dress with the little black speckles in the slit up the side. I'll just check with my lawyer. It occurred to me that that was a pompous, hateful little phrase, one I couldn't wait to stop using. Do that, and call me back if there's a problem. I called John Ring, who hemmed and hawed enough to justify his retainer, not outrageous but considerable, and then said he supposed a meeting was in order at this time. I hung up, settled back in front of my computer terminal, and wondered how I was possibly going to be able to meet Diane again without at least one cigarette beforehand. On the morning of our scheduled lunch, John Ring called and told me he couldn't make it and that I would have to cancel. It's my mother, he said, sounding harried. She fell down the damn stairs and broke her hip, up in Babylon. I'm leaving now for Grand Central. I'll have to take the train. He spoke in the tone of a man saying he'll have to go by camel across the Gobi. I thought for a second, jiggling a fresh toothpick between my fingers. 2 used ones lay beside my computer terminal, the ends frayed. I was going to have to watch that. It was all too easy to imagine my stomach filling up with sharp little splinterets. The replacement of one bad habit with another seems almost inevitable, I've noticed. Stephen, are you there? Yes, I said. I'm sorry about your mother, but I'm going to keep the lunch date. He sighed, and when he spoke, he sounded sympathetic as well as harried. I understand that you want to see her, and that's the reason why you have to be very careful and make no mistakes. You're not Donald Trump, and she's not Ivana, but this isn't a no-faulter we've got here either, where you get your decree by registered mail. You've done very well for yourself, Stephen, especially in the last 5 years. I know, but... And for 3 of those years, Ring overrode me, now putting on his courtroom voice like an overcoat, Diane Davis was not your wife, not your live-in companion, and not by any stretch of the imagination your helpmate. She was just Diane Kozlov from Pound Ridge, and she did not go before you tossing flower petals or blowing a coronet. No, but I want to see her. And what I was thinking would have driven him mad. I wanted to see if she was wearing the green dress with the black speckles, because she knew damned well it was my favorite. He sighed again. I can't have this discussion or I'm going to miss my train. There isn't another one until 1:20. Go and catch your train. I will, but first I'm going to make one more effort to get through to you. A meeting like this is like a joust. The lawyers are the knights. The clients are reduced, for the time being, to no more than squires, with Sir Barrister's lance in one hand and the reins of his horse in the other. His tone suggested that this was an old image and well loved. What you're telling me is that, since I can't be there, you're going to hop on my nag and go galloping at the other guy with no lance, no armor, no faceplate, probably not even a jockstrap. I want to see her, I said. I want to see how she is, how she looks. Hey, without you there, maybe Humboldt won't even want to talk. Oh, wouldn't that be nice, he said, and came with a small, cynical laugh. I'm not going to talk you out of it, am I? No. All right, then, I want you to follow certain instructions. If I find out you haven't, and that you've gummed up the works, I may decide it would be simpler to just resign the case. Are you hearing me? I'm hearing you. Good. Don't yell at her, Stephen. That's big number 1. Are you hearing that? Yes. I wasn't going to yell at her. If I could quit smoking 2 days after she had walked out and stick to it, I thought I could get through 100 minutes and 3 courses without calling her a bitch. Don't yell at him. That's number 2. Okay? Don't just say okay. I know you don't like him, and he doesn't like you much either. He's never even met me. How can he have an opinion about me one way or another? Don't be dense, he said. He's being paid to have an opinion, that's how. So say okay like you mean it. Okay like I mean it. Better. But he didn't say it like he really meant it. He said it like a man who was checking his watch. Don't get into substantive matters, he said. Don't discuss financial settlement issues, not even on a what would you think if I suggested this basis. If he gets pissed off and asks why you kept the lunch date if you weren't going to discuss nuts and bolts, tell him just what you told me, that you wanted to see your wife again. Okay. And if they leave at that point, can you live with it? Yes. I didn't know if I could or not, but I thought I could, and I knew that Ring wanted to catch his train. As a lawyer, your lawyer, I'm telling you that this is a bullshit move, and that if it backfires in court, I'll call a recess just so I can pull you out into the hall and say I told you so. Now, have you got that? Yes, say hello to your mother. Maybe tonight, Ring said, and now he sounded as if he were rolling his eyes. I won't get a word in until then. I have to run, Stephen. Okay. I hope she stands you up. I know you do. He hung up and went to see his mother up in Babylon. When I saw him next, a few days later, there was something between us that didn't quite bear discussion, although I think we would have talked about it if we had known each other even a little bit better. I saw it in his eyes, and I suppose he saw it in mine as well. The knowledge that if his mother hadn't fallen down the stairs and broken her hip, he might have wound up as dead as William Humboldt. I walked from my office to the Gotham Cafe, leaving at 11:15 and arriving across from the restaurant at 11:45. I got there early for my own peace of mind, to make sure the place was where Humboldt had said it was, in other words. That's the way I am, and pretty much the way I've always been. Diane used to call it my obsessive streak when we were first married, but I think that by the end she knew better. I don't trust the competence of others very easily, that's all. I realize it's a pain-in-the-ass characteristic, and I know it drove her crazy, but what she never seemed to realize was that I didn't exactly love it in myself, either. Some things take longer to change than others, though, and some things you can never change, no matter how hard you try. The restaurant was right where Humboldt had said it would be, the location marked by a green awning with the words Gotham Cafe on it. A white city skyline was traced across the plate glass windows. It looked New York trendy. It also looked pretty unamazing, just one of the 800 or so pricey restaurants crammed together in Midtown. With the meeting place located and my mind temporarily set at rest, about that anyway, I was tense as hell about seeing Diane again and craving a cigarette like mad. I walked up to Madison and browsed in a luggage store for 15 minutes. Mere window shopping was no good. If Diane and Humboldt came from uptown, they might see me. Diane was liable to recognize me by the set of my shoulders and the hang of my topcoat even from behind, and I didn't want that. I didn't want them to know I'd arrived early. I thought it might look needy, even pitiable, so I went inside. I bought an umbrella I didn't need and left the shop at straight-up noon by my watch, knowing I could step through the door of the Gotham Cafe at 12:05. I stood under the awning for a moment, looking in. The place was bright, and I marked that down in its favor. I have an intense dislike for dark restaurants where you can't see what you're eating or drinking. The walls were white and hung with vibrant, impressionist drawings. You couldn't tell what they were, but that didn't matter. With their primary colors and broad, exuberant strokes, they hit your eyes like visual caffeine. I looked for Diane and saw a woman that might have been her, seated about halfway down the long room and by the wall. It was hard to say because her back was turned, and I don't have her knack of recognition under difficult circumstances. But the heavy-set, balding man she was sitting with certainly looked like a Humboldt. I took a deep breath, opened the restaurant door, and went in. There are two phases of withdrawal from tobacco, and I'm convinced that it's the second that causes most cases of recidivism. The physical withdrawal lasts 10 days to 2 weeks, and then most of the symptoms, sweats, headaches, muscle twitches, pounding eyes, insomnia, irritability, disappear. What follows is a much longer period of mental withdrawal. These symptoms may include mild to moderate depression, mourning, some degree of anhedonia, emotional flatness in other words, forgetfulness, even a species of transient dyslexia. I know all this stuff because I read up on it. Following what happened at the Gotham Cafe, it seemed very important that I do that. I suppose you'd have to say that my interest in the subject fell somewhere between the land of hobbies and the kingdom of obsession. The most common symptom of Phase 2 withdrawal is a feeling of mild unreality. Nicotine improves synaptic transferal and improves concentration, widens the brain's information highway, in other words. It's not a big boost and not really necessary to successful thinking, although most confirmed cigarette junkies believe differently. But when you take it away, you're left with a feeling, a pervasive feeling in my case, that the world has taken on a decidedly dreamy cast. It was also a little like being mildly stoned all the time, because the feeling was accompanied by a sense of helplessness and moral exhaustion, a feeling that things had to simply go on the way they were going, for good or for ill, because you, except of course it's me I'm talking about, were just too damn busy not smoking to do much of anything else. I'm not sure how much all of this bears on what happened, but I know it has some bearing, because I was pretty sure something was wrong with the maitre d' almost as soon as I saw him, and as soon as he spoke to me, I knew. He was tall, maybe 45, slim, in his tux at least. In ordinary clothes, he would have been skinny. Mustached. He had a leather-bound menu in one hand. He looked like battalions of maitre d's and battalions of fancy New York restaurants, in other words. Except for his bow tie, which was askew, and something on his shirt, a splotch just above the place where his jacket buttoned. It looked like either gravy or a glob of some dark jelly. Also, several strands of his hair stuck up defiantly in back, making me think of alfalfa in the old Little Rascals one-reelers. That almost made me burst out laughing. I was very nervous, remember, and I had to bite my lips to keep it in. "Yes, sir?" he asked as I approached the desk. All maitre d's in New York City have accents, but it is never one you can positively identify. A girl I dated in the mid-'80s, one who did have a sense of humor, along with a fairly large drug habit, unfortunately, told me once that they all grew up on the same little island, and hence all spoke the same language. "What language is it?" I asked her. "Snooty," she said, and I cracked up. This thought came back to me as I looked past the desk to the woman I'd seen while outside. I was now almost positive it was Diane, and I had to bite the insides of my lips again. As a result, Humboldt's name came out of me sounding like a half-smothered sneeze. The maitre d's high, pale brow contracted in a frown. His eyes bored into mine. I had taken them for brown as I approached the desk, but now they looked black. "Pardon, sir?" he asked. It came out sounding to me like, "Fuck you, Jack." His long fingers, as pale as his brow, concert pianist fingers they looked like, tapped nervously on the cover of the menu. The tassel sticking out of it like some sort of half-assed bookmark swung back and forth. "Humboldt," I said. "Party of 3. I found I couldn't take my eyes off his bow tie, so crooked that the left side of it was almost brushing the shelf under his chin, and that blob on his snowy white dress shirt. Now that I was closer, it didn't look like either gravy or jelly. It looked like partially dried blood. He was looking down at his reservations book, the rogue tuft at the back of his head waving back and forth over the rest of his slicked-down hair. I could see his scalp through the grooves his comb had laid down, and a speckle of dandruff on the shoulders of his tux. It occurred to me that a good head waiter might have fired an underling put together in such sloppy fashion. "Ah, yes, monsieur." He had found the name. "Your party is—" He was starting to look up. He stopped abruptly, and his eyes sharpened even more, if that was possible, as he looked past me and down. "You cannot bring that dog in here," he said sharply. "How many times have I told you, you cannot bring that dog in here?" He didn't quite shout, but spoke so loudly that several of the diners closest to his pulpit-like desk stopped eating and looked around curiously. I looked around myself. He had been so emphatic that I expected to see somebody's dog, but there was no one behind me and most certainly no dog. It occurred to me then, I don't know why, that he was talking about my umbrella, that perhaps on the island of the maitre d's, dog was a slang term for umbrella, especially when carried by a patron on a day when rain did not look likely. I looked back at the maitre d' and saw that he had already started away from his desk, holding my menu in his hands. He must have sensed that I wasn't following, because he looked back over his shoulder, eyebrows slightly raised. There was nothing on his face now but polite inquiry. "Are you coming, monsieur?" And I came. I knew something was wrong with him, but I came. I could not take the time or effort to try and decide what might be wrong with the maitre d' of a restaurant where I had never been before today, and where I would probably never be again. I had Humboldt and Diane to deal with. I had to do it without smoking, and the maitre d' of the Gotham Cafe would have to take care of his own problems, dog included. Diane turned around, and at first I saw nothing in her face and her eyes but a kind of frozen politeness. Then, just below it, I saw anger, or thought I did. We'd done a lot of arguing during our last 3 or 4 months together, but I couldn't recall ever seeing the sort of concealed anger I sensed in her now, Anger that was meant to be hidden by the makeup and the new dress, blue, no speckles, no slit up the side, and the new hairdo. The heavy-set man she was with was saying something, and she reached out and touched his arm. As he turned toward me, beginning to get to his feet, I saw something else in her face. She was afraid of me, as well as angry at me. And although she hadn't said a single word, I was already furious at her. Everything on her face and in her eyes was negative. She might as well have been wearing a "closed until further notice" sign on her forehead. I thought I deserved better. Of course, that may just be a way of saying I'm human. "Monsieur," the maitre d' said, pulling out the chair to Diane's left. I barely heard him, and certainly any thought of his eccentric behavior and crooked bow tie had left my head. I think that even the subject of tobacco had briefly vacated my head for the first time since I'd quit smoking. I could only consider the careful composure of her face and marvel at how I could be angry at her and still want her so much it made me ache to look at her. Absence may or may not make the heart grow fonder, but it certainly freshens the eye. I also found time to wonder if I had really seen all I'd surmised. Anger? Yes, that was possible, even likely. If she hadn't been angry with me to at least some degree, she never would have left me in the first place, I supposed. But afraid? Why in God's name would Diane be afraid of me? I'd never laid a single finger on her. Yes, I suppose I had raised my voice during some of our arguments, but so had she. "Mr. Davis, I'm Bill Humboldt," Diane's companion said. He held out a large hand that looked reddish and chapped. I shook it briefly. The rest of him was as big as his hand, and his broad face wore the sort of flush habitual drinkers often get after the first one of the day. I put him in his mid-40s, about 10 years away from the time when his sagging cheeks would turn into jowls. "Pleasure," I said, not thinking about what I was saying any more than I was thinking about the maitre d' with the blob on his shirt, only wanting to get the handshaking part over so I could turn back to the pretty blonde with the rose and cream complexion, the pale pink lips, and the trim, slim figure. The woman who had, not so long ago, liked to whisper, "Do me, do me, do me," in my ear, while she held onto my ass like a saddle with two pommels. "Where is Mr. Ring?" Humboldt asked, looking around. A bit theatrically, I thought. "Mr. Ring is on his way to Long Island. His mother fell downstairs and broke her hip." "Oh, wonderful," Humboldt said. He picked up the half-finished martini in front of him on the table and drained it until the olive with the toothpick in it rested against his lips. He spat it back, then set the glass down and looked at me. "And I bet I can guess what he told you." I heard this, but paid no attention. For the time being, Humboldt was no more important than minor static on a radio program you really want to hear. I looked at Diane instead. It was marvelous, really, how she looked smarter and prettier than previous. As if she had learned things, yes, even after only 2 weeks of separation and while living with Ernie and Dee Dee Coslaw in Pound Ridge, that I could never know. "How are you, Steve?" she asked. "Fine," I said. Then, "Not so fine, actually. I've missed you." Only watchful silence from the lady greeted this, those big blue-green eyes looking at me, no more. Certainly no return serve, no "I've missed you too." "And I've quit smoking. That's also played hell with my peace of mind." "Did you finally? Good for you." I felt another flash of anger, this time a really ugly one, at her politely dismissive tone. As if I might not be telling the truth, but it didn't really matter if I was. She'd carped at me about the cigarettes every day for 2 years, it seemed. How they were going to give me cancer, how they were going to give her cancer, how she wouldn't even consider getting pregnant until I stopped, so I could just save any breath I might have been planning to waste on that subject. And now, all at once, it didn't matter anymore, because I didn't matter anymore. "We have a little business to transact," Humboldt said. "If you don't mind, that is." There was one of those big, boxy lawyer suitcases on the floor beside him. He picked it up with a grunt and set it on the chair where my lawyer would have been if his mother hadn't broken her hip. Humboldt began unsnapping the clasps, but I quit paying attention at that point. The fact was I did mind. It wasn't a matter of caution, either. It was a matter of priorities. I felt an instant's gratitude that Ring had been called away. It certainly clarified the issues. I looked at Diane and said, "I want to try again. Can we reconcile? Is there any chance of that?" The look of absolute horror on her face crashed hopes I hadn't even known I'd been holding on to. Instead of answering, she looked past me at Humboldt. "You said we didn't have to talk about this." Her voice was trembling, accusatory. "You said you wouldn't even let it come up." Humboldt looked a little flustered. He shrugged and glanced briefly down at his empty martini glass before looking back up at Diane. I think he was wishing he'd ordered a double. "I didn't know Mr. Davis would be attending this meeting without his lawyer. You should have called me, Mr. Davis. Since you did not, I feel it necessary to inform you that Diane did not greenlight this meeting with any thoughts of reconciliation in mind. Her decision to seek a divorce is final." He glanced at her briefly, seeking confirmation, and got it. She was nodding emphatically. Her cheeks were considerably brighter than they had been when I sat down, and it was not the sort of flush I associate with embarrassment. "You bet it is," she said, and I saw that furious look on her face again. "Diane, why?" I hated the plaintive note I heard in my voice, a sound almost like a sheep's bleat, but there wasn't a goddamn thing I could do about it. "Why?" "Oh, Jesus," she said, "are you telling me you really don't know?" "Yes." Her cheeks were brighter than ever, the flush now rising almost to her temples. "No, probably you don't. Isn't that typical?" She picked up her water and spilled the top 2 inches on the tablecloth because her hand was trembling. I flashed back at once, kapow, to the day she'd left, remembering how I'd knocked the glass of orange juice onto the floor, and how I'd cautioned myself not to try picking up the broken pieces of glass until my hands had settled down, and how I'd gone ahead anyway and cut myself for my pains. "Stop it. This is counterproductive," Humboldt said. He sounded like a playground monitor trying to stop a scuffle before it gets started, but his eyes were sweeping the rear part of the room, looking for our waiter, or any waiter whose eye he could catch. He was a lot less interested in us at that particular moment than he was in obtaining what the British like to call the other half. "I just want to know," I began. "What you want to know doesn't have anything to do with why we're here," Humboldt said, and for a moment he sounded as sharp and alert as he probably had been when he first strode out of law school with his diploma in his hand. "Yes, right, finally," Diane said. She spoke in a brittle, urgent voice. "Finally, it's not about what you want, what you need." "I don't know what that means, but I'm willing to listen," I said. "We could try counseling. I'm not against it if maybe—" She raised her hands to shoulder level, palms out. "Oh, God, Mr. Macho's gone New Age." Then she dropped her hands back into her lap. "After all the days you rode off into the sunset, tall in the saddle, say it ain't so, Joe." "Stop it," Humboldt told her. He looked from his client to his client's soon-to-be ex-husband. It was going to happen all right. Even the slight unreality that comes with not smoking couldn't conceal that self-evident truth from me by that point. "One more word from either of you, and I'm going to declare this luncheon at an end." He gave us a small smile, one so obviously manufactured that I found it perversely endearing. "And we haven't even heard the specials yet." That, the first mention of food since I joined them, was just before the bad things started to happen, and I remember smelling salmon from one of the nearby tables. In the 2 weeks since I'd quit smoking, my sense of smell had become incredibly sharp, but I do not count that as much of a blessing, especially when it comes to salmon. I used to like it, but now I can't abide the smell of it, let alone the taste. To me it smells of pain and fear and blood and death. "He started it," Diane said sulkily. "You started it. You were the one who walked out," I thought, but I kept it to myself. Humboldt clearly meant what he said. He would take Diane by the hand and walk her out of the restaurant if we started that schoolyard "no I didn't, yes you did" shit. Not even the prospect of another drink would hold him here. "Okay," I said mildly, and I had to work hard to achieve that mild tone, believe me. "I started it. What's next?" I knew, of course. Papers, papers, papers. And probably the only satisfaction I was going to get out of this sorry situation was telling them that I wasn't going to sign any, or even look at any, on the advice of my lawyer. I glanced at Diane again, but she was looking down at her empty plate, and her hair hid her face. I felt a strong urge to grab her by the shoulders and shake her inside her new blue dress like a pebble inside of a gourd. "Do you think you're in this alone?" I would shout at her. "Do you think you're in this alone? Well, the Marlboro man has got news for you, sweetheart. You're a stubborn, self-indulgent little bit." "Mr. Davis?" Humboldt asked politely. I looked around at him. "There you are," he said. "I thought we'd lost you again." "Not at all," I said. "Good. Lovely." He had several sheafs of paper in his hands. They were held together by those paper clips that come in different colors: red, blue, yellow, purple. They went well with the impressionist drawings on the walls of the Gotham Cafe. It occurred to me that I had come abysmally unprepared for this meeting, and not just because my lawyer was on the 12:24 to Babylon, either. Diane had her new dress. Humboldt had his Brinks truck of a briefcase, plus documents held together by color-coded paper clips. All I had was my new umbrella on a sunny day. I looked down at where it lay beside my chair — it never crossed my mind to check it — and saw there was still a price tag dangling from the handle. All at once I felt like Minnie Pearl. I have here a number of forms which will allow both you and Ms. Davis to remain financially mobile while assuring that neither of you will have unfair access to the funds you've both worked so hard to accumulate, Humboldt said. I also have preliminary court notifications which need to be signed by you, and forms that will allow us to put your bonds and T-bills in an escrow account until your current situation is settled by the court. I opened my mouth to tell him I wasn't going to sign anything, and if that meant the meeting was over, so be it, but I didn't get out so much as a single word. Before I could, I was interrupted by the maitre d'. He was screaming as well as talking. It was as if he had a belly full of steam and a tea kettle whistle caught in his throat. "That dog! Eee! I told you time and time again about that dog! Eee! All that time I can't sleep! Eee! She say cut your face, that cunt! Eee! How you tease me! Eee! And now you bring that dog in here! Eee!" The room fell silent at once, of course. Diners looking up in astonishment from their meals or their conversations as the thin, pale, black-clad figure came stalking across the room, with its face outthrust and its long, stork-like legs scissoring. The maitre d's bow tie had turned a full 90 degrees from its normal position, so it now looked like the hands of a clock indicating the hour of 6. It was me he was looking at, me he was approaching. I stared at him, feeling almost hypnotized. It was like one of those dreams where you discover that you haven't studied for the bar exam you're supposed to take, or that you're attending a White House dinner in your honor with no clothes on. And I might have stayed that way if Humboldt hadn't moved. I heard his chair scrape back and glanced at him. He was standing up, his napkin held loosely in one hand. He looked surprised, but he also looked furious. I suddenly realized two things: that he was drunk, quite drunk, in fact, and that he saw this as a smirch on both his hospitality and his competence. He had chosen the restaurant, after all, and now look, the master of ceremonies had gone bonkers. "Eee! I teach you! For the last time, I teach you!" "See here, you idiot," Humboldt said, turning to face him, and the maitre d' brought his left hand out from behind his back. In it was the largest butcher knife I have ever seen. It had to have been 2 feet long, with the top part of its cutting edge slightly belled, like a cutlass in an old pirate movie. "Look out!" I yelled at Humboldt, and at one of the tables against the wall, a skinny man in rimless spectacles screamed, ejecting a mouthful of chewed brown fragments of food onto the tablecloth in front of him. Humboldt seemed to hear neither my yell or the other man's scream. He was frowning thunderously at the maitre d'. "You don't need to expect to see me in here again if this is the way," Humboldt began. "Eee! Eee!" the maitre d' screamed, and swung the butcher knife flat through the air. It made a kind of whickering sound, like a whispered sentence. The period was the sound of the blade burying itself in William Humboldt's right cheek. Blood exploded out of the wound in a furious spray of tiny droplets. They decorated the tablecloth in a fan-shaped stipplework, and I clearly saw, I will never forget it, one bright red drop fall into my water glass and then dive for the bottom with a pinkish filament like a tail stretching out behind it. It looked like a bloody tadpole. Humboldt's cheek snapped open, revealing his teeth, and as he clapped his hand to the gouting wound, I saw something pinkish white lying on the shoulder of his charcoal gray suit coat. It wasn't until the whole thing was over that I realized it must have been his earlobe. "Tell this in your ears!" the maitre d' screamed furiously at Diane's bleeding lawyer, who stood there with one hand clapped to his cheek. Except for the blood pouring over and between his fingers, Humboldt looked weirdly like Jack Benny doing one of his famous double takes. "Call this to your hateful tattletale friends of the street, you misery, dog lover!" Now other people were screaming, mostly at the sight of the blood, I think. Humboldt was a big man, and he was bleeding like a stuck pig. I could hear it pattering on the floor like water from a broken pipe, and the front of his white shirt was now red. His tie, which had been red to start with, was now black. "Steve?" Diane said. "Stephen?" A man and a woman had been having lunch at the table behind her and slightly to her left. Now the man, about 30 and handsome in the way George Hamilton used to be, bolted to his feet and ran toward the front of the restaurant. "Troy, don't go without me," his date screamed, but Troy never looked back. He'd forgotten all about a library book he was supposed to return, it seemed, or maybe about how he'd promised to wax the car. If there had been a paralysis in the room, I can't actually say if there was or not, although I seem to have seen a great deal and to remember it all. That broke it. There were more screams and other people got up. Several tables were overturned. Glasses and china shattered on the floor. I saw a man with his arm around the waist of his female companion hurry past behind the maitre d'. Her hand was clamped into his shoulder like a claw. For a moment her eyes met mine, and they were as empty as the eyes of a Greek bust. Her face was dead pale, hag-like with horror. All of this might have happened in 10 seconds, or maybe 20. I remember it like a series of photographs or film strips, but it has no timeline. Time ceased to exist for me at the moment Alfalfa the maitre d' brought his left hand out from behind his back and I saw the butcher knife. During that time, the man in the tuxedo continued to spew out a confusion of words in his special maitre d's language, the one that old girlfriend of mine had called snooty. Some of it really was a foreign language. Some of it was English, but completely without sense, and some of it was striking, almost haunting. Much of it I can't remember. What I can remember, I suppose I'll never forget. Humboldt staggered backward, still holding his lacerated cheek. The backs of his knees struck the seat of his chair, and he sat down heavily on it. He looks like someone who's just been told he's disinherited, I thought. He started to turn toward Diane and me, his eyes wide and shocked. I had time to see there were tears spilling out of them, and then the maitre d' wrapped both hands around the handle of the butcher knife and buried it in the center of Humboldt's head. It made a sound like someone whacking a pile of towels with a cane. "Boot!" Humboldt cried. I'm quite sure that's what his last word on planet Earth was. Boot. Then his weeping eyes rolled up to White's, and he slumped forward onto his plate, sweeping his own glassware off the table and onto the floor with one outflung hand. As this happened, the maitre d', all his hair sticking up and back now, not just some of it, pried the long knife out of his head. Blood sprayed out of the head wound in a kind of vertical curtain and splashed the front of Diane's dress. She raised her hands to her shoulders with the palms turned out once again, but this time it was in horror rather than exasperation. She shrieked and then clapped her blood-spattered hands to her face, over her eyes. The maitre d' paid no attention to her. Instead, he turned to me. "That dog of yours," he said, speaking in an almost conversational tone. He registered absolutely no interest in or even knowledge of the screaming, terrified people stampeding behind him toward the doors. His eyes were very large, very dark. They looked brown to me again, but there seemed to be black circles around the irises. "That dog of yours is so much rage. All the radio of Coney Island don't make up to that dog, you motherfucker." I had the umbrella in my hand, and the one thing I can't remember, no matter how hard I try, is when I grabbed it. I think it must have been while Humboldt was standing transfixed by the realization that his mouth had been expanded by 8 inches or so, but I simply can't remember. It was in my hand, though, the price tag sticking out of the bottom of my fist, and when the maitre d' bent forward as if bowing and ran the knife through the air at me, meaning, I think, to bury it in my throat, I raised it and brought it down on his wrist like an old-time teacher whacking an unruly pupil with his hickory stick. "Ud!" the maitre d' grunted, as his hand was driven sharply down, and the blade meant for my throat plowed through the soggy pinkish tablecloth instead. He held on, though, and pulled it back. If I'd tried to hit his knife hand again, I'm sure I would have missed, but I didn't. I swung at his face and fetched him an excellent lick, as excellent a lick as one can administer with an umbrella anyway, up the side of his head. And as I did, the umbrella popped open like the visual punchline of a slapstick act. I didn't think it was funny, though. The bloom of the umbrella hid him from me completely as he staggered backward with his free hand flying up to the place where I'd hit him, and I didn't like not being able to see him. I grabbed Diane's wrist and yanked her to her feet. She came without a word, took a step toward me, then stumbled on her high heels and fell clumsily into my arms. I was aware of her breasts pushing against me and the warm, wet clamminess over them. "Eee! You boinker!" the maitre d' screamed, or perhaps it was boinger he called me. It probably doesn't matter. I know that, and yet it quite often seems to me that it does. Late at night, the little questions haunt me as much as the big ones. "You boinking bastard! All those radios! Hush do baba! Fuck Cousin Brucey! Fuck you!" He started around the table toward us. The area behind him was completely empty now and looked like the aftermath of a brawl in a Western movie saloon. My umbrella was still lying on the table with the open top jutting off the far side, and the maitre d' bumped it with his hip. It fell off in front of him, and while he kicked it aside, I set Diane back on her feet and pulled her toward the far side of the room. The front door was no good. It was probably too far away in any case, but even if we could get there, it was still jammed tight with frightened, screaming people. If he wanted me, or both of us, he would have no trouble catching us and carving us like a couple of turkeys. "Bugs! You bugs! Eee! So much for your dog, eh? So much for your barking dog!" "Make him stop," Diane screamed. "Oh, Jesus, he's going to kill us both. Make him stop." "I rot you, you abominations!" Closer now. The umbrella hadn't held him up for long, that was for sure. "I rot you all!" I saw 3 doors, 2 of them facing each other, in a small alcove where there was also a pay telephone. Men's and women's rooms. No good. I dragged her toward the 3rd door and shoved through it into a world of clean green tiles, strong fluorescent light, gleaming chrome, and steamy odors of food. The smell of salmon dominated. Humboldt had never gotten a chance to ask about the specials, but I thought I knew what at least one of them had been. A waiter was standing there with a loaded tray balanced on the flat of one hand, his mouth agape and his eyes wide. He looked like Gimple the Fool in that Isaac Singer story. "What?" he said, and then I shoved him aside. The tray went flying, with plates and glassware shattering against the wall. "Hey!" a man yelled. He was huge, wearing a white smock and a white chef's hat like a cloud. There was a red bandana around his neck, and in one hand he held a ladle that was dripping some sort of brown sauce. "Hey, you can't come in here like that." "We have to get out," I said. "He's crazy. He's—" An idea struck me then, a way of explaining without explaining, and I put my hand over Diane's left breast for a moment, on the soaked cloth of her dress. It was the last time I ever touched her intimately, and I don't know if it felt good or not. I held my hand out to the chef, showing him a palm streaked with Humboldt's blood. "Good Christ," he said. "Here, in at the back." At that instant, the door we'd come through burst open again, and the maitre d' rolled in, eyes wild, hair sticking out everywhere like fur on a hedgehog that's tucked itself into a ball. He looked around, saw the waiter, dismissed him, saw me, and rushed at me. I bolted again, dragging Diane with me, shoving blindly at the soft-bellied bulk of the chef. We went past him, the front of Diane's dress leaving a smear of blood on the front of his tunic. I saw he wasn't coming with us, that he was turning toward the maitre d' instead, and wanted to warn him, wanted to tell him that wouldn't work, that it was the worst idea in the world and likely to be the last idea he ever had. But there was no time. "Hey," the chef said. "Hey, Guy, what dis?" There was a heavy thud that made me think of the sound of the knife burying itself in Humboldt's skull. And then the cook screamed. It had a watery sound. It was followed by a thick, wet splat that haunts my dreams. I don't know what it was, and I don't want to know. I yanked Diane down a narrow aisle between two stoves that baked a furious, dull heat out at us. There was a door at the end, locked shut by two heavy steel bolts. I reached for the top one and then heard Guy, the maitre d' from hell, coming after us, babbling. I wanted to keep at the bolt, wanted to believe I could open the door and get us outside before he could get within sticking distance. But part of me, the part that was determined to live, knew better. I pushed Diane against the door, stepped in front of her in a protective maneuver that must go all the way back to the Ice Age, and faced him. He came running up the narrow aisle between the stoves, with the knife gripped in his left hand and raised above his head. His mouth was open and pulled back from a set of dingy, eroded teeth. Any hope of help I might have had from Gimple the Fool disappeared. He was cowering against the wall beside the door to the restaurant. His fingers were buried deep inside his mouth, and he looked more like the village idiot than ever. "Forgetful of me, you shouldn't have been," Guy screamed, sounding like Yoda in the Star Wars movies. "You're a hateful dog. Your loud music so disharmonious. Eee! How you ever?" There was a large pot on one of the front burners of the left-hand stove. I reached out for it and slapped it at him. It was over an hour before I realized how badly I'd burned my hand doing that. I had a palm full of blisters like little buns, and more blisters on my 3 middle fingers. The pot skidded off its burner and tipped over in midair, dousing Guy from the waist down with what looked like corn, rice, and maybe 2 gallons of boiling water. He screamed, staggered backward, and put the hand that wasn't holding the knife down on the other stove, almost directly into the blue-yellow gas flame underneath a skillet where mushrooms, which had been sautéing, were now turning to charcoal. He screamed again, this time in a register so high it hurt my ears, and held his hand up before his eyes, as if not able to believe it was connected to him. I looked to my right and saw a little nestle of cleaning equipment beside the door. Glass-X and Clorox and janitor in a drum on a shelf. A broom with a dustpan stuck on top of the handle like a hat, and a mop and a steel bucket with a squeegee on the side. As Guy came toward me again, holding the knife in the hand that wasn't red and swelling up like an inner tube, I grabbed the handle of the mop, used it to roll the bucket in front of me on its little casters, and then jabbed it out at him. Guy pulled back with his upper body but stood his ground. There was a peculiar twitching little smile on his lips. He looked like a dog who has forgotten, temporarily at least, how to snarl. He held the knife up in front of his face and made several mystic passes with it. The overhead fluorescence glimmered liquidly on the blade, where it wasn't caked with blood, that was. He didn't seem to feel any pain in his burned hand, or in his legs, although they had been doused with boiling water, and his tuxedo pants were spackled with rice. "Rotten bugger," Guy said, making his mystic passes. He was like a crusader preparing to go into battle. If that was, you could imagine a crusader in a rice-cake tux. "Kill you like I did your nasty barking dog." "I don't have a dog," I said. "I can't have a dog. It's in the lease." I think it was the only thing I said to him during the whole nightmare, and I'm not entirely sure I did say it out loud. It might only have been a thought. Behind him, I could see the chef struggling to his feet. He had one hand wrapped around the handle of the kitchen's big refrigerator and the other clapped to his blood-stained tunic, which was torn open across the swelling of his stomach in a big purple grin. He was doing his best to hold his plumbing in, but it was a battle he was losing. One loop of intestines, shiny and bruise-colored, already hung out, resting against his left side like some awful watch chain. Guy feinted at me with his knife. I countered by shoving the mop bucket at him, and he drew back. I pulled it to me again and stood there with my hands wrapped around the wooden mop handle, ready to shove the bucket at him if he moved. Behind Guy, the cook had managed to get all the way up. Slowly, like an invalid in early recovery from a serious operation, he started working his way down the aisle toward Gimple the Fool. I wished him well. "Undo those bolts," I said to Diane. "What?" "The bolts on the door. Undo them." "I can't move," she said. She was crying so hard I could barely understand her. "You're crushing me." I moved forward a little to give her room. Guy bared his teeth at me, mock jabbed with the knife, then pulled it back, grinning his nervous, snarling little grin as I rolled the bucket at him again on its squeaky casters. "Bug-infested stinkpot," he said. He sounded like a man discussing the Mets' chances in the forthcoming campaign. "Let's see you play your radio this loud now, Stinkpot. It gives you a change in your thinking, doesn't it? Boink!" He jabbed. I rolled. But this time he didn't pull back as far, and I realized he was nerving himself up. He meant to go for it, and soon. I could feel Diane's breasts brush against my back as she gasped for breath. I'd given her room, but she hadn't turned around to work the bolts. She was just standing there. "Open the door," I told her, speaking out of the side of my mouth like a prison con. "Pull the goddamn bolts, Diane." "I can't," she sobbed. "I can't. I don't have any strength in my hands. Make him stop, Stephen. Don't stand there talking with him. Make him stop." She was driving me insane. I really thought she was. "You turn around and pull those bolts, Diane, or I'll just stand aside and let—" "Eeeeee!" he screamed and charged, waving and stabbing with his knife. I slammed the mop bucket forward with all the force I could muster and swept his legs out from under him. He howled and brought the knife down in a long, desperate stroke. Any closer and it would have torn off the tip of my nose. Then he landed spraddled awkwardly on widespread knees, with his face just above the mop-squeezing gadget hung on the side of the bucket. Perfect. I drove the mop head into the nape of his neck. The strings draggled down over the shoulders of his black jacket like a witch wig. His face slammed into the squeegee. I bent, grabbed the handle with my free hand, and clamped it shut. Guy shrieked with pain, the sound muffled by the mop. "Pull those bolts!" I screamed at Diane. "Pull those bolts, you useless bitch! Pull!" Thud. Something hard and pointed slammed into my left buttock. I staggered forward with a yell, more surprise than pain, I think, although it did hurt. I went to one knee and lost my hold on the squeegee handle. Guy pulled back, slipping out from under the stringy head of the mop at the same time, breathing so loudly he sounded almost as if he were barking. It hadn't slowed him down much, though. He lashed out at me with the knife as soon as he was clear of the bucket. I pulled back, feeling the breeze as the blade cut the air beside my cheek. It was only as I scrambled up that I realized what had happened, what she had done. I snatched a quick glance over my shoulder at her. She stared back defiantly, her back pressed against the door. A crazy thought came to me. She wanted me to get killed, had perhaps even planned it, the whole thing, found herself a crazy maitre d' and... Her eyes widened. "Look out!" I turned back just in time to see him lunging at me. The sides of his face were bright red, except for the big white spots made by the drain holes in the squeegee. I rammed the mop head at him, aiming for the throat and getting his chest instead. I stopped his charge and actually knocked him backward a step. What happened then was only luck. He slipped in water from the overturned bucket and went down hard, slamming his head on the tiles. Not thinking and just vaguely aware that I was screaming, I snatched up the skillet of mushrooms from the stove and brought it down on his upturned face as hard as I could. There was a muffled thump, followed by a horrible but mercifully brief hissing sound as the skin of his cheeks and forehead boiled. I turned, shoved Diane aside, and drew the bolts holding the door shut. I opened the door, and sunlight hit me like a hammer, and the smell of the air. I can't remember air ever smelling better, not even when I was a kid, and it was the first day of summer vacation. I grabbed Diane's arm and pulled her out into a narrow alley lined with padlocked trash bins. At the far end of this narrow stone slit, like a vision of heaven, was 53rd Street, with traffic going heedlessly back and forth. I looked over my shoulder and through the open kitchen door. Guy lay on his back with carbonized mushrooms circling his head like an existential diadem. The skillet had slid off to one side, revealing a face that was red and swelling with blisters. One of his eyes was open, but it looked unseeingly up at the fluorescent lights. Behind him, the kitchen was empty. There was a pool of blood on the floor and bloody handprints on the white enamel front of the walk-in fridge, but both the chef and Gimple the Fool were gone. I slammed the door shut and pointed down the alley. "Go on." She didn't move, only looked at me. I shoved her lightly on her left shoulder. "Go!" She raised a hand like a traffic cop, shook her head, then pointed a finger at me. "Don't you touch me." "What'll you do, sick your lawyer on me? I think he's dead, sweetheart." "Don't you patronize me like that. Don't you dare. And don't you touch me, Stephen. I'm warning you." The kitchen door burst open. Moving, not thinking, but just moving, I slammed it shut again. I leaned my back against it and braced my feet. "Do you want to stand here and discuss it?" I asked her. "He's still pretty lively by the sound." He hit the door again. I rocked with it, then slammed it shut. I waited for him to try again, but he didn't. Diane gave me a long look, glary and uncertain, and then started walking up the alleyway with her head down and her hair hanging at the sides of her neck. I stood with my back against the door until she got about 3/4 of the way to the street, then stood away from it, watching it warily. No one came out, but I decided that wasn't going to guarantee any peace of mind. I dragged one of the trash bins in front of the door, then set off after Diane, jogging. When I got to the mouth of the alley, she wasn't there anymore. I looked right toward Madison and didn't see her. I looked left, and there she was, wandering slowly across 53rd on a diagonal, her head still down and her hair still hanging like curtains at the sides of her face. No one paid any attention to her. The people in front of the Gotham Cafe were gawking through the plate glass windows like people in front of the New England Aquarium shark tank at feeding time. Sirens were approaching, a lot of them. I went across the street, reached for her shoulder, thought better of it. I settled for calling her name instead. She turned around, her eyes dulled with horror and shock. The front of her dress had turned into a grisly purple bib. She stank of blood and spent adrenaline. "Leave me alone," she said. "I never want to see you again, Stephen." "You kicked my ass in there," I said. "You kicked my ass and almost got me killed. Both of us. I can't believe you, Diane." "I've wanted to kick your ass for the last 14 months, she said. "When it comes to fulfilling our dreams, we can't always pick our times, can we?" I slapped her across the face. I didn't think about it, I just did it, and few things in my adult life have given me so much pleasure. I'm ashamed of that, but I've come too far in this story to tell a lie, even one of omission. Her head rocked back. Her eyes widened in shock and pain, losing that dull, traumatized look. "You bastard!" she cried, her hand going to her cheek. Now tears were brimming in her eyes. "Oh, you bastard!" "I saved your life," I said. "Don't you realize that? Doesn't that get through? I saved your fucking life." "You son of a bitch," she whispered. "You controlling, judgmental, small-minded, conceited, complacent son of a bitch. I hate you." "Did you even hear me? If it wasn't for the conceited, small-minded son of a bitch, you'd be dead now. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been there in the first place," she said, as the first 3 police cars came screaming down 53rd Street and pulled up in front of the Gotham Cafe. Cops poured out of them like clowns in a circus act. "If you ever touch me again, I'll scratch your eyes out, Steve," she said. "Stay away from me." I had to put my hands in my armpits. They wanted to kill her, to reach out and wrap themselves around her neck and just kill her. She walked 7 or 8 steps, then turned back to me. She was smiling. It was a terrible smile, more awful than any expression I had seen on the face of Guy, the demon waiter. "I had lovers," she said, smiling her terrible smile. She was lying. The lie was all over her face, but that didn't make the lie hurt any less. She wished it was true. That was all over her face, too. 3 of them over the last year or so. You weren't any good at it, so I found men who were. She turned and walked down the street, like a woman who is 65 instead of 27. I stood and watched her. Just before she reached the corner, I shouted it again. It was the one thing I couldn't get past. It was stuck in my throat like a chicken bone. "I saved your life! Your goddamn life!" She paused at the corner and turned back to me. The terrible smile was still on her face. "No," she said, "you didn't." Then she went on around the corner. I haven't seen her since, although I suppose I will. I'll see her in court, as the saying goes. I found a market on the next block and bought a package of Marlboros. When I got back to the corner of Madison and 53rd, 53rd had been blocked off with those blue sawhorses the cops used to protect crime scenes and parade routes. I could see the restaurant, though. I could see it just fine. I sat down on the curb, lit a cigarette, and observed developments. 6 rescue vehicles arrived, a scream of ambulances, I guess you could say. The chef went into the first one, unconscious but apparently still alive. His brief appearance before his fans on 53rd Street was followed by a body bag on a stretcher, humbled. Next came Guy, strapped tightly to a stretcher and staring wildly around as he was loaded into the back of an ambulance. I thought that for just a moment his eyes met mine, but that was probably just my imagination. As Guy's ambulance pulled away, rolling through a hole in the sawhorse barricade provided by 2 uniformed cops, I tossed the cigarette I'd been smoking in the gutter. I hadn't gone through this day just to start killing myself with tobacco again, I decided. I looked after the departing ambulance and tried to imagine the man inside it living wherever maitre d's live. Queens or Brooklyn, or maybe even Rye or Mamaroneck. I tried to imagine what his own dining room might look like, what pictures might be on the walls. I couldn't do that, but I found I could imagine his bedroom with relative ease, although not whether he shared it with a woman. I could see him lying awake, but perfectly still, looking up at the ceiling in the small hours, while the moon hung in the black firmament like the half-lidded eye of a corpse. I could imagine him lying there and listening to the neighbor's dog bark steadily and monotonously, going on and on until the sound was like a silver nail driving into his brain. I imagined him lying not far from a closet filled with tuxedos and plastic dry-cleaning bags. I could see them hanging there in the dark like executed felons. I wondered if he did have a wife. If so, had he killed her before coming to work? I thought of the blob on his shirt and decided it was a possibility. I also wondered about the neighbor's dog, the one that wouldn't shut up, and the neighbor's family. But mostly it was Guy I thought about, lying sleepless through all the same nights I had lain sleepless, listening to the dog next door or down the street as I had listened to sirens and the rumble of trucks heading downtown. I thought of him lying there and looking up at the shadows the moon had tacked to the ceiling. Thought of that cry, "Yee!" building up in his head like gas in a closed room. "Ee!" I said, just to see how it sounded. I dropped the package of Marlboros into the gutter and began stamping it methodically as I sat there on the curb. "Ee! Ee! Ee!" One of the cops standing by the sawhorses looked over at me. "Hey, buddy, want to stop being a pain in the butt?" he called over. "We got us a situation here." Of course you do, I thought. Don't we all? I didn't say anything, though. I stopped stamping. The cigarette pack was pretty well flattened by then anyway, and stopped making the noise. I could still hear it in my head, though, and why not? It makes as much sense as anything else. E.